Football is
America,
America.
football is America. If you don't like it, you can kiss your candy ass.
The moment in time. I'm giving it.
Oh my God.
No.
You love it.
It's 30 to 27. Chiefs win. Chiefs win 30 to 20.
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to day 2 of the NFL Draft. Rounds 3 and 4, excuse me, 2 and 3 are happening, and the Buffalo Bills are on the clock, I believe. Let me turn this up a little bit. All right. So we go to a final commercial break here in Detroit. Thank you guys for tuning in to the NFL Draft here. If it's your first time here, you're going to be probably really happy with the production value here. Buffalo is about to be on the clock, and everybody thinks they're taking a receiver. Now, there were a lot of people that were upset with Buffalo yesterday, not for trading back into the draft, but for allowing Kansas City to move up and get a weapon of any kind that they're in love with. And I tried to explain it as best as I could that, look, there's a good chance that the GMs called and they said, who do you want to come get? Straight up. And they told them who they were going to get. And Buffalo said, well, that's not who we're going to get. So either way, the Chiefs would have drafted that player, but Buffalo would have passed up on an opportunity to get more value and higher picks. Honestly, I think that's what happened. Sean Payton even said yesterday before he drafted Bo Nix that he called the Vikings and was like, don't do anything silly. So these owners are talking more than we're led to believe. I'm not saying they reveal everything, but there's some kind of code between coaches. And Buffalo now actually going to make their first pick of this year's draft. Everyone's expecting it to be a wide receiver. So as you can see, scrolling across the bottom, I have the 2024 NFL's best players available. Cooper DeJean, of course, not drafted yesterday. Surprising to me. A couple wide receivers. We saw Xavier Legette out of South Carolina get drafted. A little bit of a reach as far as the projections, but like I said, sometimes you just got to turn off the outside noise and say, look, what's our evaluation? Forget about what Mel Kiper's is. What's ours? And that's how I felt yesterday with the Denver Broncos. It was like when Bo Nix was drafted, I'm like, that's way too high. And it's like, I remember watching Shoe Dog, the movie about Michael Jordan. And it was like, nobody knew Michael Jordan was going to be Michael Jordan besides that one guy that was like, let's get this guy to sign a deal. And he turned out to be right. So like, it's true. Like if that's your guy, that's your guy. And sometimes we say that, but then when they draft Bo Nix at 12, we're, down their throats about it because of what the media has told us, what Mel Kiper said. Each team has a process totally separate, their own process. So I'm interested to see what's going to happen here with Buffalo. Best receivers available right now. You got Ladd McConkey, wide receiver out of Georgia. He's not just a slot receiver. He is a pretty good receiver that can break himself free of coverage at every level on the field. And he has enough juice to be a legitimate deep threat and force defenses to stay honest. And with Stephon Diggs and Gabriel Davis gone out of Buffalo, everybody expecting that that's the pick coming up right now. All right, here comes the commissioner. And they are booing the commissioner. So guess what? We'll do it too. Last night, we saw 32 amazing players join the NFL with a record 275,000 people in attendance. And guess what? Another 230,000 are already here tonight. Wow. Detroit showed up. Within 100,000 of breaking the all-time record for an NFL draft. This is so cool.
I'm joined by past, present, and future of football. Here on this stage, we have 32 current NFL players and legends.
This is so cool.
The next generation of players.
All right, so we do have some legends on stage next to Roger Goodell. 32 youth flag football players.
Here in Detroit this weekend.
All right. All right.
Thank you all for being here.
Roger Goodell continues to say thank you all. Now we're going to talk about flag football. How many times do we have to talk about flag football? Can I just say it? I get it. You guys want kids to play football and be active. You don't have to say it every single pick. All right. Michigan coming out, the national champions. Michigan Wolverines coming out of the tunnel right now, holding the national championship trophy. We heard that it's possible that Jim Harbaugh is not only going to be celebrating the national championship team today, but also drafting some of the players to the Chargers that are in attendance today, showing off the Michigan national championship game. I mean, this is the coolest, one of the coolest drafts I've ever seen. So here comes Michigan, the Wolverines team coming out. And let's see, JJ McCarthy is not there, probably because he's already in Minnesota doing his press conference. All right. And now they are singing a Michigan song. Rich Eisen somewhere is so happy. Somewhere out there, Rich Eisen is so happy. And yes, Bill, the NFL draft is live. We are live right now. I know, it creeps up on you. It creeps up on you a little bit. Day 2 is a creeper. Day 3 is even more sneaky. Are you ready for round 2? Round 2 of the NFL draft is now officially open. And the Buffalo Bills are on the clock, 7 minutes and counting. Buffalo on the clock, passed up an opportunity to take a wide receiver yesterday, moved back in the draft, and then moved out of the first round. Ladd McConkey, Adonai Mitchell are the best receivers available, and some would say the best players available. I think this works out for Buffalo. I think they move back again, and they still end up with the receiver that should have been drafted in the first round. To me, that's Adonai Mitchell. At 6'2", 205 pounds, he ran a 4.34 second speed in the 40-yard dash. Okay, that's pretty incredible. He might come across as a pure straight line downfield threat, but the Georgia transferring's card, however, he has the fluidity to easily shake defenders on his breaks. If he becomes more physical at the catch point, he becomes an imposing number 1 receiver. And for a team that lost Stephon Diggs and Gabriel Davis, this is the type of upside that they want to draft here. Ladd McConkey could be the other option. Same as the Adonai Mitchell, but in Ladd McConkey's position, you don't want to dismiss him as a mere slot receiver. Adonai Mitchell, you don't want to say that he's merely a downfield threat. Ladd McConkey you don't want to say he's just a slot receiver. He has the ability to break himself free of coverage at every level. He has enough juice to be a legitimate deep threat and force defenses to stay honest. I expect him to take on a significant role as a trustworthy weapon for whatever offense is going to end up drafting him. But I got to believe the next two picks are going to be potentially Adonai Mitchell and Ladd McConkey. If you're the Patriots, who is drafting right after Buffalo, you got to be thinking about getting weapons for Drake May. Okay? This is not the Bill Belichick era. It's time to take some of these top receivers. It's time to make a splash in the draft. This is how you put your stamp on the new era of New England. You get a star quarterback, something Bill Belichick never had an opportunity to do aside from Mac Jones, who you could hardly say had any kind of ceiling that Drake May has. And now you go out and you get some receivers without waiting to get to the 5th round. You get some, slot receivers. So we'll see if Joe stays at 47. And obviously the Giants coming up on the clock as well. Some of the best available are scrolling across the bottom. I wanted another McConkey on the Giants just for the nostalgia value. That would be pretty sick. 4 minutes remaining on the clock for Buffalo. And they look like they're celebrating. It appears that the pick is in. No official graphic yet. And we are at 3 minutes and 40 seconds. And it does appear that they have made the call. We are just waiting for the actual graphic to populate. So Buffalo with 3.5 minutes until their pick is announced. Got to think right here they're going Ladd McConkey or Adonai Mitchell. If you're going to go down the board a little bit, which we did see yesterday, we saw Xavier Legette out of South Carolina, go earlier than we expected. Maybe this is Troy Franklin. Troy Franklin's another receiver that I'm pretty high on. He's 6'2", 176 pounds. He can make some quick hits for run after catch opportunities, but he'll likely be more of a complementary piece in a passing attack rather than the focal point. So the difference between, I would say, Troy Franklin and some of these other guys like Ladd McConkey and Adonai Mitchell, those two to me are going to turn into wide receiver ones, whereas maybe Troy Franklin is going to be just a very good wide receiver two with wide receiver one upside. And the Bills pick is in. All right, Buffalo's pick is in. Commissioner has not walked out onto the stage yet, but there will be no trades. Buffalo will make their first selection in the 2024 NFL Draft. Everybody in the building thinking that this is going to be a wide receiver. Of course, there's still a lot of talent on the board right now. And if you're Buffalo and you're in love with the defender, let's say it's Brandon Fisk. I mean, the Buffalo Bills don't have another pick, I believe, until I think it was 60-something. So I think they're going to have to wait quite a bit. So if they're in love with somebody, unless they're planning on, they do have 10 picks, so they could move back up into the second round. That's what I think they do. I think Buffalo drafts a receiver here, but I expect them to group some picks together and jump back up into the second round. And that will be the kind of night that will remind fans why Buffalo didn't pick yesterday. So much talent falling into the second round. I think Buffalo is really smart for what they did. And now it looks like the commissioner is all right. The Patriots are officially on the clock, by the way. So New England on the clock. And the first pick of round 2 is being announced right now. Hey! I'm going to speak for all Bills Mafia when I'm going to say. With that being said, with the 33rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Keon Coleman, wide receiver, Florida State. Now, this is not a big jump down the board. This was arguably the 40th best player available. Concerns about his ability to separate have dodged Coleman throughout the pre-draft process, but the Michigan State transfer, however, still made his mark as a dependable jump ball winner who can box out smaller defensive backs and be a major red zone asset. So this was not the pick I thought was coming. Keon Coleman is going to be the pick. Wide receiver out of Florida State. Coming off the board immediately, I expect 3 or 4 Florida State players off the board in the second round. This is going to be a very, very Florida State heavy round right here. And we will officially start the ticker scrolling across the bottom. 32, Buffalo, we'll do a dash. Keon Coleman, wide receiver, Florida State. And next up, New England on the clock. All right. This is a really solid pick. So coming in at 6'3", 213 pounds. His measurables, nothing really jumps off the screen in that way. His scouting report strengths. He's the prototype physicality, boasts elite size, frame density, and compact mass. Outstanding acceleration combined with exceptional foot speed and lateral twitch, especially considering his build. Superb at manipulating defensive back blind spots, employs efficient diamond releases and robust hand techniques to separate. He's a threat after the catch, blends explosive agility, contact balance, and physicality. So this is going to be ladies and gentlemen, time out. Everybody hold the phone. The Los Angeles Chargers have traded their pick. Actually, the New England Patriots have traded their pick to the Los Angeles Chargers. And the Chargers are expected to take a wide receiver, and the pick is in. This might have been a situation where if Adonai Mitchell did not get drafted by Buffalo, the Chargers were going to jump up and make this pick. Now, keep in mind, some of the wide receivers, some of the players available. Roman Wilson. Would John Harbaugh make the move and draft Roman Wilson? Is that possible? I mean, Michigan celebrating their national championship. Is John Harbaugh going to take the Michigan man himself? He's 5'11", 185, but he had a really good season with the Wolverines, and a lot of people thinking maybe Harbaugh is going to want a reunion with some of his players. Is there one coming right here, right now? The Chargers pick is in. Keon Coleman, Florida State. 33, Los Angeles Chargers. Who is their pick going to be? The New England Patriots have traded the 34th pick to the Chargers. And with that 34th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chargers select Ladd McConkey, wide receiver out of Georgia, coming off the board. This was a guy we were just talking about as potentially getting drafted here at this position. And wow, This is going to be amazing. Like I said, don't dismiss him as a mere slot receiver. He has the ability to get into the secondary and make moves. He can hit all three layers of the field. He's got a huge vertical. He can be a punt returner as well. He's got the dual threat ability when it comes to run after the catch. He was ranked as the let's see, McConkey. Man, where did they rank him? They didn't rank him on here. McConkey, neighbor. Oh yeah, number 5. He was the 5th. Okay, so a little bit higher than I thought, but man, this guy's got a lot going for him, especially in Harbaugh's offense after getting one of the best offensive linemen in the draft. They were smart. They knew that they could move back. With this receiver class being so heavy, they ended up getting a position that was a little thinner. Fluid athlete with excellent short area quickness, capable of creating separation and threatening down the seam, precise route running, and he has a natural feel for setting up defensive backs, effective at tracking the ball downfield, consistently runs under long throws, shows good initial quickness off the line, strong enough to escape jams at the next level, willing to attack the ball, showing aggressiveness, lacks the twitch consistently to consistently create separation. These are some of his weaknesses. Needs more nuanced route running to consistently leverage against DBs. But this is the 5th best wide receiver in the draft. And his route precision, ball tracking, and quickness off the line, those are his standout traits. Despite his size, he still plays with an edge, showing promise as a slot receiver and potential on special teams. There are concerns about his ability to handle physical corners and create separation against the elite ones. But I think with the right coaching, they can kind of coach some of that stuff into him, because he looks like a solid pro player who will be a complementary piece in a pro offense. And now we know which offense it's going to be. It's going to be Justin Herbert to Ladd McConkey, and the rebuild begins. They got rid of Keenan Allen. They get rid of Mike Williams. They get rid of Austin Eckler. They turn the page, and so far they are bringing in some really, really talented players. So Ladd McConkey off the board to the from the Georgia Bulldogs to the Chargers. And Bill said so much for that dream, hoping that McConkey would be on the Giants just for the nostalgia value. Sorry about that, Bill. But now we do have the Atlanta Falcons on the clock. The Atlanta Falcons are on the clock. And let's update this. Ladd McConkey. And ATL. This is going to be the 35th. Oh wait, who was the 35th pick? Oh, Buffalo was the 33rd pick, I think. 33, and then the Chargers were 34. That would make sense. And then this is going to be 36 or 35, correct. 35, Atlanta. Who's it going to be? The pick, ladies and gentlemen, is in. The Atlanta Falcons had a 7-10 record last season. They finished 3rd in the NFC South. Of course, Kirk Cousins signed a 4-year, $100 million guaranteed contract. And surprisingly enough, they drafted Michael Penix Jr. yesterday. They got a new head coach in Raheem Morris as well. The Falcons with the weapons, whether you're talking about Kyle Pitts or the weapons on the outside, the Falcons have some of the best weapons in the NFL, and they've been a quarterback away for quite some time. And The only thing is when you switch out your coach, I do wonder how that's going to affect things. So far, I don't understand the decision to draft Michael Penix Jr. I do, but I also don't. I would think that they would be loading up for a Super Bowl run. All right, here we go. The Arizona Cardinals have traded the 34th pick to the Atlanta Falcons. And with that 35th pick, in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Luke Arrojo, defensive tackle out of Clemson. I watched an interview on him earlier to clear up how you're supposed to pronounce his name, yet here I am still messing it up. Rook Arrojo. That's how you say it, if I'm remembering the interview correctly. But this guy was really good last year, playing for Clemson. I'm going to pull it up right here. Atlanta via Arizona. Bam. There's the pick, the 35th overall pick in the draft. You got Luke Arrojo. We'll work on it. His 40-yard dash was in the 90th percentile. He ran a 4.89, but keep in mind, this guy's 6'4", 294 pounds. This guy is an absolute monster. Originally from Nigeria, he moved to the United States at age 9, and initially he excelled in basketball before switching to football his junior year of high school. A latecomer to the sport, he quickly caught the attention of college scouts with his athleticism and potential. He committed to Clemson, where he made significant strides, becoming a key contributor by his sophomore year. In 3 seasons at Clemson, he tallied 84 tackles, 24 tackles for a loss, 11.5 sacks, and 9 pass deflections, earning third-team All-ACC recognition in 2022 and 2023, despite his relative inexperience. Aurora Rapids' improvement and his high ceiling made him a top prospect. Look, I love players when you hear their story, especially players being drafted in the first round where they didn't even play football until they were a junior or senior. It's like, how good do you have to be to just casually pick this sport up in college and make it to the NFL? His weaknesses, he lacks a consistent pass rush move, repertoire beyond the bull rush. That's kind of his bread and butter right there. He can improve on hand technique and placement to more consistently shed blocks. While possessing good functional strength, further technique consistency is needed to maximize impact in both run defense and pass defense. Now, moving on to some of his strengths. Well built with great functional strength and quickness, displays a dynamic first step, crucial for penetrating and creating chaos, exceptional motor and passion for the game, alignment, versatility, capable of effective play across multiple defensive positions from 0 tech to 5 tech, powerful at the point of attack. We talked about the bull rush already, and he shows potential in pass rush with a variety of techniques, including the ability to flatten from wider angles. And Bill says, per Giants Insider, we offered the Pats 2 firsts and a third for May. It wasn't enough. Wow. 2 firsts and a third. Did the Giants offer him 2 firsts aside from this year? So 25 first, 26 first, or just swapping first round picks this year and next year's first? Well, I understand, though. I mean, if Drake, you're talking about one of the top prospects in the game. They don't come around that often. It's not just 3 spots. It's about who you're drafting at that third spot. I mean, there's a big drop off, from the top 3, I would say. Drake May in Caleb Williams, and of course Daniel. I'm blanking his name. I'm blanking his name. My favorite quarterback in this year's draft, Jaden Daniels. Big drop off. So Bill said 6 and next year's first, which if we're bad as they're projecting us, it will be the number 1 pick for the whole draft. Yeah, I don't know. It would be one thing if the Patriots didn't need a quarterback. I think they would have taken that deal. But if you need a quarterback, it's like, is there going to be a quarterback in next year's draft that you like as much as Drake May? That's the question. And right now, the number 1 quarterback's projected to be Shedeur Sanders. I just don't know if you're going to take him over Drake May at this point. So I don't know. I could understand honestly why the Patriots say no. I think if Broncos were in that drafting position, maybe they would have said no too. The Washington Commanders. All right.
Exemplified integrity, sportsmanship, and dedication throughout his illustrious career. We are proud to announce the Washington Commanders plan to retire Darrell Green's jersey this fall.
All right. All right. We got another Darrell Green's getting his jersey retired. All right, come on, get on with it. The hell's the pick? Oh my God, he's putting his jersey on for him. Roger Goodell's putting on.
Detroit, you guys have hosted us to a very fun.
Oh, another speech. All right, the Patriots are on the clock next.
Thank you. All right.
It's got to be a Donnie Mitchell, right? It's got to be. Dude, shut the fuck up. Who's the pick? Come on. Sorry, guys. All right, here we go.
I'm here for an important reason, to add to our tradition, to add to our success. With the 36th pick,
The Washington Commanders select Jer'Zhan Newton. Of course, Jer'Zhan Newton was one of the best players in this year's draft. Defensive tackle out of Illinois. This is a really solid pickup. This really does fit when you consider the fact that Montez Sweat is gone. Chase Young is gone. Jer'Zhan Newton, the third best defensive tackle in this year's draft, is going to immediately make a huge impact. His alignment versatility is a key strength. He shifts across multiple spots on the defensive line with tactical precision. He's got an explosive get-off, a major disruptor. He consistently beats linemen off the snap with his quick burst, utilizes heavy, impactful hands for crushing blows. He's got advanced hand fighting techniques, demonstrates the flexibility to play on the edge, which is something you don't see from a lot of these near 300-pound athletes. This guy is going to come in and make an immediate impact. 3-down player. This is a really, really solid pickup for the Commanders at number 36. This guy could have gone in the first round. I thought he would go in the first round, and he ends up falling to 36, and the Commanders get to sit back and collect. What a really solid pick here from the Commanders. This is a very, very nice pick. Very, very good pick here. And the Patriots are on the clock, and their pick is in. So we shall wait to see what New England's pick is. But here we go. New England's pick is in, and here comes the Patriots selection. This is going to be Adonai Mitchell for sure. For sure. This is Adonai Mitchell. I know it. Defensive coach, though. With the 37th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Ja'Lynn Polk. Wow. Ja'Lynn Polk comes off the board here, who is a receiver that I really liked. But to give you an idea of where Ja'Lynn Polk was, he was considered the 14th best receiver in this year's draft class. 14. We had Adonai Mitchell as the 6th best receiver. Troy Franklin, 7. Roman Wilson, 8. Ricky Pearsall, who actually got drafted to the 49ers. Keon Coleman, Xavier Worthy, who's gone. But all the way at 14 is Ja'Lynn Polk. His broad jump was in the 92nd percentile, but he's 6'1", 203 pounds. As far as his 40, his hands, arms, span, height, weight, none of it jumps off the screen at you. He's renowned for exceptional hand strength. He displays remarkable ability to secure and maintain control of the ball and make contested catches. His superior ball skills and body control make him a reliable target. Drake May to Ja'Lynn Polk. Get used to hearing that. Ja'Lynn Polk comes off the board here, and this is going to be, wow, this is interesting. Okay, Ja'Lynn Polk comes off the board, and now Tennessee Titans are on the clock right now. So Ja'Lynn Polk gets drafted by the New England Patriots, and wow. NFL draft is off to a great start, if I do say so myself. 37, New England, Ja'Lynn Polk. All right. So we are at a commercial break right now. Bill said, that's insane, but F New England. Mitchell is what Benchwarmer Brand wants. Adonai Mitchell is what Benchwarmer Brand wants. Is that possible? Well, we have Tennessee on the clock right now. And we know Tennessee, I believe, took an offensive lineman. Are they going to throw a bone to Will Levis and draft Adonai Mitchell? Or does he just continue to fall? And we are at a commercial break right now. So quick D for the P, and I'll be right back.
Want to go somewhere amazing? Nice, right? But we're not there yet. Not this either. Still not it.
sidestepping place isn't the point. And if you sound Pathfinder, you search. You see adventure. You've earned this, so hold it up high. This isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. You find diamonds in the rust. You put your own stamp on stock parts, turning metal into murals, and detailing every detail. Because it's the things you make that show what you're made of. You are a fighter, and this is your reward. Medalla, the mark of a fighter. Don't let me go. 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 Don't you ever
Did you see Garfield?
let me go.
All right. And we are back from commercial. And the pick is in. All right. The 38th pick in the NFL draft about to be announced. Who is Tennessee going to pick? All right, best available. You got Cooper DeJean, Edgerrin Cooper, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Adonai Mitchell, and TJ Tampa. Cooper DeJean falling this far is absolutely insane. I would love to see the Broncos jump into the second round. If you guys are joining us right now, obviously big Broncos fan. Sweat. Who's Sweat? Not sure who Sweat is. All right. Here we go. Oh, T'Vondre Sweat. Gotcha.
First of all, I want to thank you guys for all of you that have showed up today to make this event what it just continues to becoming one of the biggest events in our sporting world. And thank you very much for your participation here. I hope you have a great time.
Maybe.
With the 38th pick
With the 38th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select T'Vondre Sweat. You cheated, Bill. Bill cheated. No way. T'Vondre Sweat comes off the board right here. I'm surprised that he came off the board. He was the 11th ranked defensive tackle. There were guys like Brandon Fisk at 7, still not drafted. Zerzan Newton was just drafted, but look, Idisa Isaac, Rukororo was just drafted. So I guess, yeah, T'Vondre Sweat and Adisa Isaac are the next two in line to get drafted. And Bill cheated. Bill's bad for cheating. Bill Sweat, maybe. T'Vondre Sweat is going to be a Tennessee Titan. This is a solid pickup for the Titans. This is awesome for them, man. Great for the program to get a guy like this in the second round. And the fact that, only 6 defensive players went, 6 maybe defensive players went in the first round. It has really opened up the second round for people to make big moves here. T'Vondre Sweat is a Tennessee Titan. And now, with that said, we have the Los Angeles Rams on the clock at pick 39. Team needs cornerback and O-line. This has got to be Kool-Aid McKinstry, right? Right? Kool-Aid McKinstry or Cooper DeJean. Cooper DeJean would be the obvious pick. And I had the Rams picking Cooper DeJean. I did in my mock draft. I said Cooper DeJean is going to the Rams. I'm sticking with it. The Rams were not supposed to be picking. It was the Panthers. And I said, I bet you Sean McVay is going to be in love with Cooper DeJean. I think that's the reason he just climbed the board. And with that said, and JST, no. No, Kool-Aid is not gone yet. To answer that, here we go. What's up, Detroit? This has got to be Cooper DeJean. It ends. Lucky bastards. If this isn't with the 39th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Rams select Brandon Fisk. No way. A very, very good pick. We said Brandon Fisk was one of the best players in this year's draft. Totally underrated. This guy is a freaking beast, man. He can do it all. You look at the fact that Jared Verse was ranked so high as the second highest edge rusher in this year's draft. A lot of that came from the dirty work that Brandon Fisk did. Brandon Fisk displayed incredible combination of size and speed. He ran a 4.78 40 at 292 pounds. I mean, that's incredible. This is a person quick off the ball. I saw him at the combine, effective in setting up pass rush moves and demonstrates agility, exhibits a lot of upper body strength, outstanding explosiveness, and snap timing is amazing. He's got a strong motor. He's willing to chase the play across the field. He's got that relentless pursuit, that juice to him. He does not stop. The motor is always running. He utilizes a diverse set of pass rushing moves, including a solid arm over and powerful forklift moves. This is a person that I've drafted in almost every mock draft I've done. This is, to me, a potential future Hall of Famer. This is going to be a very good player in the NFL. This is an absolute steal. And with that said, guys, something just happened. The Eagles have just traded. So we've had a trade in almost every pick. After only having a couple picks, a couple picks traded yesterday, we've had almost every pick traded to start this off. So Brandon Fisk is off the board at 39. Los Angeles Rams and Brandon Fisk. And bear with me as I update this in real time. There we go. Brandon Fisk comes off the board. What a freaking grab if you're the Rams. I would have been willing to get rid of a 4th and a 6th to move up 10 spots to get a guy like this. You're just not going to find a guy this good in the later rounds. This is somebody that should have gone in the first round. He is very, very good. This is going to be an amazing player. Senior Bowl invite. To give you a little bit of a backstory on him, because we are at a commercial, he's from Michigan City High School. So I'm sure he was received really well just now in Detroit. In 2018, as a freshman, he saw action in only 2 games and played a total of 17 snaps for the Broncos. Not these Broncos, Boise State. As a sophomore for the Broncos, he played in 12 games, and he took part in 279 snaps. He only had 10 tackles, though. Okay, 2020, he played in just 6 games as a junior. Contributed on 305 snaps, 13 tackles, 14 assists, making 13 stops. But here we go. 2021, as a senior, Fisk logged playing time in 12 games, 471 snaps for Boise State, also added 29 tackles, 7 assists, and 26 stops. As a pass rusher, he had 33 total pressures, including 23 QB hurries. And remember, he was a big reason Jared Verse was able to eat on the other side. And last year, as a fifth-year senior, he logged playing time in all 12 games and also added 40 tackles and 36 stops. And then he used the transfer portal to go to Florida State and had a remarkable season last year. So this is going to be a player that is going to definitely stand out. The Rams have always done a good job of drafting. It doesn't surprise me that they were able to see the talent in Brandon Fisk and then be aggressive enough to come up and get him. Man, I missed my calling. I really wish I would have gone into a career where I could evaluate players and be in these draft rooms. That would be a lot of fun. And Bill said, well, the Fisk dream is over. I got to say, Bill, so far, I like my mock draft better than the Giants draft. And for the Broncos, I like my mock draft better for the Broncos. I still got Bo Nix. We'll talk more about that in the future because I got a ton to say about that. Uh-oh. The Eagles have traded up, another team that drafts extremely well. The Eagles have traded up to the 40th pick. I would have to think this is, oh my gosh, Cooper DeJean. Is it Cooper DeJean? So Philly is moving up the board here. And on top of that, the pick is in. The pick is in for the Philadelphia Eagles. And here we go. An Eagles legend comes up. Eagles legend. First off, I want to say go blue, go blue, go blue. E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles. They're doing that whole chant right now. Dallas sucks all day. I think Giants fans can agree with that. Eagles trading up never ends well for us. The Washington Commanders have traded the 40th pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. And with the 40th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Cooper DeJean. I knew it. Cooper DeJean comes off the board. What a freaking steal. The Eagles stay put, and it pays off. The third best corner in this year's draft had no business being on the board this late. The Eagles can't stand to look at it for another second. Very similar to not being able to see Nolan Smith on the board at the end of the first round last year. And they make a necessary move and come up and capitalize, getting one of the best corners in. Oh, excuse me. I don't know why I did that. I changed it and it still had the old one. Hold on. All right, so let's look at Cooper DeJean, add banner, save. There we go. All right, Cooper DeJean. Let's look at some of his numbers. A dynamic presence in Iowa secondary. He emerged from Battle Creek, Ida Grove High School as a highly touted recruit. He only had a 3-star rating from ESPN, but he did have a 4-star grade from 24/7 Sports after joining Iowa. Elite athletic skills. He made Bruce Fieldman's freak list at number 14. That's really high for Fieldman's list. The former high school quarterback who also lettered 3 times in basketball, track, and baseball each, won the Iowa State long jump title 23 7.5 inches, and the 100-meter. And he has continued to get more explosive since he's been in college. Possesses a rare mass and frame density for a cornerback and has good length to go along with it. He showcases great initial burst when triggering on plays and is veering to match wide receivers. Boasts impressive long track recovery and gap closing speed, hawking in front of balls. He can snap into phase and realign himself. This guy to me looked like he could have been a Ram, but an Eagle makes a lot of sense too. 6 feet, 203 pounds. You got a lot of people talking about him going to corner or going to safety. This guy ran a 4.40. He doesn't need to go anywhere. The Green Bay Packers have traded the 41st pick to the New Orleans Saints. And the Saints select Kool-Aid McKinstry. So Kool-Aid McKinstry comes off the board right here. And the Packers, man, why didn't they make that pick themselves? That would have been a really good pick, and the Saints are the ones that capitalize on it. Oh, man. Oh, man. All right. Did not expect that at all. So, good move by Mickey Loomis and the New Orleans Saints on their end. Green Bay, once again, just not being that aggressive. Not as aggressive as you would like to see. But the Saints drafting Kool-Aid McKinstry, good move on their part at 41. And now we have the Houston Texans on the clock. Houston Texans, of course, are an up-and-coming team, especially with the addition of Stephon Diggs. C.J. Stroud had an incredible rookie year, a historical rookie year. And we'll see what they add to this team right here. Kool-Aid McKinstry and Talise Fuga. That is the Saints' first 2 picks. Very good 2 picks. I would say an A for both, right? Especially where they were able to get Kool-Aid here in the second round. C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans, third quarterback head coach duo to win a playoff game since 1950 for the first year. And they were the 4th team all-time to have an offensive player of the year and defensive player of the year on the same team. And that was their first 2 picks. Pick number 2 and 3 overall. C.J. Stroud led the NFL in passing yards per game as a rookie. Texans need a corner. I think they were probably hoping that Kool-Aid McKinstry and Cooper DeJean didn't just go off the board back to back, but that is the way that it went down. So Houston is about to make their pick right here. Holy shit. All right. Is this going to be Ennis Rakastra? Kamari Lassiter. All right. Kamari Lassiter had him a little bit lower on the draft sheet, but the Houston Texans like this guy, and they make the move to go get him. Kamari Lassiter is drafted to the Houston Texans, and wow. With that said, Arizona finds themselves on the clock, and we'll talk about that draft pick in just a second. Kamari Lassiter. I got to update this board in real time, so bear with me. All right, Kamari Lassiter. Draft profile, first off, his 3-cone drill was in the 94th percentile. He's a fluid athlete with the ability to match perimeter wideouts in the NFL. Transitional quickness and a standout trait. Displays an impressive vertical route coverage due to his swift transitional quickness. Highly effective on the perimeter, showcases enthusiasm and eagerness in quick and screen games. He's a reliable tackler, so He is capable of coming up and delivering powerful hits in the open field, exhibits a sharp instinct in zone coverage, and efficiently passes off routes in match situations. Strong hands, demonstrates aggressive physicality at the line, dictating route stems with noticeable ferocity. His downside is that his wiry build might not match up well against bigger NFL receivers like DK Metcalf or Xavier Legette, who was just drafted. He does have a tendency to rely on grabbing. He needs to develop ball skills. He has a history of losing assignments when transitioning or looking back for the football. Little things that need to be coached out of him, but he's still a notable perimeter cornerback prospect, and he's got a unique blend of physicality and instinctual play. Going to a really good team coached by DeMeco Ryans, a defensive guy. This was someone that he liked, and Kamari Lassiter comes off the board. Yeah, I said it was a little bit earlier than what I initially thought would happen. You do have Ennis Rockstraw, Tyler Nubin, a safety, Mike Sanistro, TJ Tampa from Iowa State, and then Kamari Lassiter. So not too far down the board. But a safety has not been drafted yet. And Tyler Nubin has been the best safety in this year's draft. I wouldn't mind seeing the Broncos move up and get Tyler Nubin with Justin Simmons going out. But they won't, because that would make sense. They really are the fucking commies. Damn it. Packers needed him. Which one? Kamari Lassiter or Cooper DeJean? What a pro wants, what a pro needs. Hey, I've never even seen that commercial. I didn't know they were going to break out into that song. All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen. The Arizona Cardinals. Kool-Aid. Of course, the freaking Eagles draft the unicorn. Fuck my life. I know. It's like, why can't we do that? Right? Why? No, we're going to draft some freaking defensive tackle in the 7th round from Wisconsin. Nothing against Wisconsin, but we did that 2 years ago. We got a guy from Wisconsin. Dude hasn't seen any playing time. All right. The pick is in. The Arizona Cardinals obviously got Marvin Harrison yesterday. Really excited was Kyler Murray. He tweeted about it. He said the vibes felt right. Best available right now, you got Edgerrin Cooper, Adonai Mitchell still available. If I'm the Cardinals, I'm drafting Adonai Mitchell. Let's fucking load up. Marvin Harrison, Adonai Mitchell, Kyler Murray. Let's just go all in. Let's just get really good offensively. Right? Wouldn't that make sense? And would Gannon do that? Let's see. Jonathan Gannon. All right, here we go. Jonathan Gannon was a defensive coordinator, so would probably be shocked if they went receiver here. Let's see what they do. 43rd pick in the NFL draft. Arizona Cardinals. On the clock. Pick is in. Who's it going to be? We got a speech.
With the 43rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft,
With the 43rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cardinals select Max Melton, cornerback, Rutgers. And we talked about the list of available talents, and we didn't get to Max Melton because he was on page 2. He's a really good player, 4-year starter. His scouting strengths is that he's a twitch athlete. He has a 99 percentile broad jump, 94th percentile vertical, and he ran a 4.39 40-yard dash at the combine. Displays excellent awareness and zone coverage, able to read the defense. This guy is an absolute monster. This was a really solid pickup for the Cardinals. And like I said, you got to know, defensive-minded coach, he's not going receiver. I thought it would be cool, but Arizona makes a really solid move here to get the team better overall. And they pull the trigger here. Let's see. And we updated the ticker. And the Raiders pick is in. And I'm a Broncos fan, so forgive me if you're a Raiders fan. But the Raiders pick is in. And with the 34th pick, the Las Vegas Jackson Powers is off the board. Guard Jackson Powers Johnson is off the board. The Las Vegas Raiders have finally made that a reality for this highly, highly recruited player. This was considered a day 2 steal. And I got to say, the Raiders have done a fantastic job drafting so far. I hate to say it. I absolutely hate to say it, but it's true. You get Brock Bowers yesterday, somebody that fell into your lap, and now here you are at 44 getting a top offensive, he is a center, but a top offensive lineman. This is gonna be one of the better drafts in my memory so far that we've seen out of the Raiders. Jackson Powers is absolutely a stud. He came from Corner Canyon High School as a 4-star recruit. He made a significant impact at Oregon. Moving on to the honors and awards, he won the 2023 Remington Trophy. Exhibits broad-barreled chest frame with athletic ability and power. Demonstrates outstanding initial quickness and agility. He's got strong hands and shoulders. Delivers a significant impact on double-team blocks. He's got the torque to uproot defenders. Fluid movement on climbs and screens, meaning he can get downfield and block down the field. He has a angry demeanor to set the tone on the field. Quick twitch, explosive run blocker, excelling in both gap and zone schemes. His weaknesses, he can be prone to holding calls due to grabby hands when he's getting beat by counter moves. Sometimes loses balance when exerting power due to lifting feet off the ground. Jackson Powers enters the NFL draft as a top interior offensive line prospect. And with that said, the Green Bay Packers are not on the clock, but their pick is in. And they are booing their asses off. Let's go, Packers! Wow, Edgerrin Cooper. And that is the name that Mel Kiper has been waiting for. This is a really good pick, and that's how you silence a crowd right there. Wow. Edgerrin Cooper is a Green Bay Packer, and this guy a lot of people thought was coming off the board early. As far as linebackers are, you got Dallas Turner, you got Peyton Wilson, Junior Colson, and then you run right into him, Edgerrin Cooper. And heading into the NFL draft, he's one of the top linebackers. He was a 4-star recruit in high school, elite overall athleticism. He's got an incredible burst, a 1.54 10-yard, and speed combined with long arms. Gives him huge upside. Fluid movement and change of direction skills complement his man coverage. Quick recognition of gap runs, often outmaneuvering linemen to the spot with his sideline to sideline range. Shows promise as a pass rusher with impressive closing speed, notching 10 sacks his senior season. This is a great pick by the Green Bay Packers. And Edgerrin Cooper, the linebacker out of Texas, the linebacker out of Texas A&M, is a Green Bay Packer. Huge move for the Packers here. Really happy for the program over there. And Edgerrin Cooper. And with that said, we have the Panthers on the clock right now. All right. His voice just cracked so bad.
Feels good to be home. Congratulations to all of the draft picks. I welcome you to this NFL fraternity. I'm so excited for your future. All the coaches, all the players that I played with, just want to give you all a special shout out and thank you. I know Coach Saban is in the house.
Got another speech. Nick Saban in the house. The Indianapolis Colts have traded the 46th pick to the Carolina Panthers. And with the 46th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Jonathan Brooks, running back out of Texas. This was the best running back as far as not in my opinion, but everybody else has pretty much agreed that Jonathan Brooks was the best running back in this year's draft. I love this pick because they get rid of Christian McCaffrey, not last year, but the year before. And they never really found a really solid replacement for him. This is a really good pick here, and I'm not sure how much longer Jonathan Brooks was going to stay on the clock. Wow, Jonathan Brooks off the board, the top running back in this year's – oh, sorry, I got a typo right here trying to fix for you guys. Edgerrin Cooper, 46, Carolina, Jonathan Brooks. And, all right, let's get into it. Jonathan Brooks. He emerged out of Hallettsville High School as a multifaceted athlete, excelling in football and basketball. In football, he was a versatile force. He played running back, kick returner, punt returner. He even was on defense. His diverse skills on the gridiron earned him a 4-star recruiting ranking at Texas. He redshirted the 2021 season. Brooks initially saw limited action, but stepped into a starting role in 2023. And keep in mind, Texas has had some good running backs come out of that program. And when you look at their two picks, Xavier Legette and now Jonathan Brooks, this offense has gotten a lot better through the draft already. Brooks boasts light, sudden feet and excellent start-stop ability, enabling him to definitely manipulate oncoming tacklers. He exhibits impressive contact balance and the ability to contort away from tackles, making him challenging to contain. He displays growing confidence in his ability to tackle, contributing to his status as one of the most elusive backs in college football. Sells the play action very well, which is very important at the next level in professional football. As a receiver, he has clean hands, can make an impressive catch radius, capable of making off-target receptions. His agility and vision make him a consistent threat, particularly when getting outside against defensive backs. So my favorite running back in this year's class is Trey Benson, but Jonathan Brooks is no scrub, and most people think he is the best in the class, followed by Jalen Wright and then Trey Benson. His 40-yard dash was a 4.45, which is fast enough for a running back. I still like Trey Benson's 4.39, but this is a really solid pick by the Panthers, and they go offensive player, and I think the Panthers are a lot better now. And Bill said, we're up next. Please tell me there's some good offensive, some good O-line. The Hawks need some. Yes, there are still good offensive linemen available. And Bill said, we're behind. Twitter already announced our pick. Oh, that's weird. I'm watching it on, I'm seeing the Giants pick is in, but I'm at a commercial break right now, so don't spoil it for me. And since the Giants pick is in, I won't waste any time. All right, the Giants pick is in. They acquired Brian Burns from the Panthers. What move will the Giants make here? We know that they drafted Malik Nabers with their first pick in, what was it, the 6th pick in the first round. They missed the playoffs for the 6th time in the last 7 seasons. Their needs cornerback and, of course, quarterback. Don't think they go quarterback here. There's not that tier. So if they do go corner, what corner do I think that they would end up going with here? I'm not sure if they would go corner or if they would just go with the best player available, who right now would be Adonai Mitchell. Maybe that they don't want to go receiver because they went receiver last year, getting Jalen Hyatt. Maybe they want to go cornerback, and in that case, I think they're going to draft Ennis Rakestraw Jr. out of Missouri, or maybe TJ Tampa out of Iowa State. I think it's going to be one of those 2 picks because there's a pretty good drop off after those 2 corners. So I think they're going TJ Tampa or Ennis Rakestraw. So here we go. The New York Giants pick is in. Key departures: Saquon Barkley, Xavier McKinney, Tyrod Taylor, Paris Campbell. The Giants allowed a sack every 7 dropbacks, highest rate of any team since long as I can remember. Wide receiver in 2023, 11.2 yards per catch. That was 29th in the NFL. So not able to actually get the football downfield. So if they do go receiver, it's got to be Adonai Mitchell or a cornerback, Ennis Rakestraw or TJ Tampa. But as the draft continues, it gets harder and harder to get these picks right. So here we go. The Giants. Yeah, special shout out to Dan Campbell. Classy. With the 47th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Tyler Nubin. Woo! That's a good pickup. That's a good pickup right there. Tyler Nubin. I love this pick. Tyler Nubin, the best safety in this year's draft. For the Giants to sit back and capitalize on this player is absolutely incredible. Number 1 ranked in this year's draft. He came from St. Charles North High School. He was only a 3-star recruit by ESPN, and he got a 4-star grade by 24/7 Sports. In 2019, as a freshman, he only saw 4 games. He made 7 games in 2020 as a sophomore, and it wasn't until he was a junior where he played in 13 games. In 2022, 11 games, and then 12 games as a 5th-year senior. He's got a very strong proportional frame, ideal for the safety role, complemented by a physical play style, and he does not shy away from contact. Potential for some of those penalties in the NFL, especially those high-hitting ones, but he is going to set the tone on the field. Illustrates impressive instinctual play that is the natural feel that you want your safety to have. He possesses the swagger and confidence on the field to make that he can really bring the energy to this defense. He's versatile in positioning, capable of playing effectively from the box as a deep defender in single high coverage. This is a guy that's going to come in and make an immediate impact on the team. And if you're a Giants fan, you should feel really good about this pick right now. Bill said Paris was not a key departure. He dropped more balls than he caught. No, I'm just reading the graphic, brother. All right, shit. I got to get caught up here. It's hard to do this by myself. All right. The Jacksonville Jaguars select with the 48th pick Mason Smith, defensive tackle out of LSU. And let me just get this written real quick. 48, Jax, Mason Smith, defensive tackle. All right, all cut up on that end. All right, so the Jacksonville Jaguars go with a defensive tackle here. Tried to get a little bit nastier on that defensive line. Mason Smith was ranked on Pro Football Focus as, let's see, the 19th best defensive tackle. Now, keep in mind, the 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th haven't been selected. So obviously there's something that Jacksonville really likes in Mason Smith that the others don't have. And just looking at those others, I can tell you right now, it might be his size. He's 6'5", 300 pounds, 306 pounds. He's the only one out of all those I just named over 300 pounds. He made Bruce Fieldsman's freak list at number 12. He's one of the most gifted players in college football. Quick first step, shows versatile in alignment, utilizes functional strength effectively to set the edge against the run. His striking strength and his technique allow for disruption at the line. Great pickup by the Jags. The Bengals are on the clock and their pick is in. Oh, we're going to do a speech.
Together with the Bengals, we believe in breaking down barriers to opportunity, which is why
All right, we're breaking down opportunity and barriers and boosting our ERC credit score. We get it. What's the pick?
the Bengals pick tonight. Christy, thank you and your team for a great work happening in Cincinnati and Dayton. David Stewart.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's get it, Who Day Nation.
Let's get it, Who Day Nation.
The 49th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, my hometown team, the Cincinnati Bengals.
With the 49th pick, the Bengals select Chris Jenkins, defensive tackle. So 2 defensive tackles coming off the board right after each other. Chris Jenkins out of Michigan. This is a solid pickup, and I didn't expect this. 6'2", 299 pounds. This might be that pick when they're worried about Trey Hendrickson. Maybe there's something going on with Trey Hendrickson and they're not able to bring him back. He requested a trade. This might be part of that plan right here, just in case, right? So Chris Jenkins, a Cincinnati Bengal. Let me go ahead and copy. This guy's got a ton of leverage, and that's what we're seeing on TV right now. And here we go. Chris Jenkins. It looks weird when I don't put it all in caps, when all the others are in caps. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Jenkins. All right, there we go. Chris Jenkins. And let's see, where is Chris Jenkins? Chris Jenkins, here he is. He is the 8th best defense tackle according to NFL Draft Buzz. He's up to 6 on some other ones. For a guy playing inside, you would want to see more explosiveness off the snap, but Jenkins is tough against the run, hard to push around, and damn, this is getting really hard. All right, the Commanders pick is in. With the 50th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, Washington Commanders select Mike Santaverstill, cornerback out of Michigan. So Wolverines just jumping off the board right here. Wow. Mike, I like Mike from everything I've seen. Of course, his vertical was insane, a 40-inch vertical. This guy's really awesome. Exceptional ball skills, showcasing his wide receiver background with the ability to secure interceptions. This is a ball hunting, seeking guy that is trying to get interceptions. He's got an outstanding blitz ability, of course, with that speed, highly competitive and scrappy. He's going to get into some fights. He's going to bring that attitude, strong in run support, and my favorite, willing to step up and contribute to tackling, willing to go and go at a guy like Derrick Henry, somebody twice his size. It's not the size of the dog in the fight. It's the size of the fight in the dog. This is somebody that's going to come in and fight and bring the tone and the nastiness to the Commanders. This is a good pick right here from the Commanders. Somebody that's going to play immediately. That's what you want out of a top 50 pick. And we are officially past the 50. We are now in the, 51. I don't know, the bottom half of 50. And we do have the Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock right now as we wait. Looking at some of the Michigan Wolverines, Chris Jenkins went at 49. Mike Santaverstill went at 50, and J.J. McCarthy went at 10. All right, so to give you a summary about him while we go to commercial, his journey from offense to defense showcases his high football IQ, making him an intriguing prospect. His tenure as wide receiver gave him the elite ball skills and innate ability to read the game from a defensive perspective. However, his transition to cornerback has highlighted areas for development, notably in man coverage, fluidity, and dealing with physicality mismatches. He's got quick processing and zone coverage assets, but his effectiveness in press situations and against larger receivers will be tested at the next level. In terms of strength, his ability to close on the ball and his prowess in creating turnovers make him a potential game changer. And that's what we were just talking about. He was projected as day 2, but he did have a ceiling where maybe could have gone in the first round. He did fall to day 2, so that stayed pretty true. But Mike Santaverstill off the board to the Commanders, and his big thing is interceptions and then interception yards. He was a receiver, so he knows how to run with the football. He's not one of those corners that gets the interception and doesn't know what to do. This guy's going to look to take it to the house every time, utilizing his 4.4 40-yard dash speed. So great pickup by the Commanders here. And Bill said, you're in good company, Kyle. Nick Saban said he was the best safety in the draft. Oh, that is good company. Freaking commies. Should have known blank would go safety over corner because Shane Bowen, Shane loves safeties. I do too. Guilty as charged. I would have drafted him as well, honestly. But let's just take a moment and talk about the fact that there's some players that are on the board right now that absolutely shouldn't be on the board. And I'll start with Adonai Mitchell. Adonai Mitchell has fallen way down the board, and Troy Franklin hasn't been drafted yet as well. Is it possible that somebody's going to come up and snag one of these guys? Lot of wide receiver talent left on the board right now. And we got the Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock right now. I got to believe that they're drafting Adonai Mitchell. Now, hear me out. You lose one of your star wide receivers. You got Russell Wilson. You get an offensive lineman. You're building that, but now it's time to get those weapons, and I think that's what Adonai Mitchell is going to bring to the Steelers. Russell Wilson's going to tweet immediately. I guarantee it. Actually, I'm going to see right now. I'm going to see right now if he's tweeted anything. Okay, no, I'm not. We're back in Detroit. And with the 51st pick, the Steelers pick is in. All right, the Steelers pick is in. They've had 3 different starting quarterbacks in 2023. All 3 combined for only 13 passing touchdowns. That was 30th in the NFL. Of course, they have TJ Watt, who led the NFL in sacks, should have been the defensive player of the year. No playoff wins in the last 7 seasons. That's the second longest drought in franchise history. So uncharted territory for the Steelers, and they're hoping Russell Wilson can pull them out of that. Will he be able to do it with his new receiver, Adonai Mitchell? Let's find out who they draft. The Pittsburgh Steelers select Zach Frazier, center. So they double down with the line, and this is what they're thinking. This makes sense. A big part of what Russell Wilson struggled with was taking sacks. He holds on to the ball too long. So how do you combat that? Well, you get one of the better lines in the NFL. Clearly, the Steelers are doing everything they can to shore up that line. Zach Frazier was considered one of the top centers in this league. He was actually the number 2 center. He comes from, he comes from West Virginia. He fires out of his stance with good pad level, consistently winning at the point of attack, solid positional run blocker. He's got the nasty demeanor and killer instincts that scouts love, exhibits a high degree of leverage and grip strength, superior run blocker. So the Pittsburgh Steelers double down here and go with another offensive lineman, this time the second rated center in the draft. So what do you guys think about that? Zach Frazier off the board to the Pittsburgh Steelers, and the Colts are on the clock. And not only are they on the clock, but the pick is in. And we will wait and see who it is going to be with that 52nd pick. All right, and they're showing right now Zach Frazier, that leverage and power that he has, and how he was a wrestler and how that translated to the NFL level, getting his pads low, getting that leverage. Cooper Beebe from Kansas State and Roger Rosengarten are Mel Kiper's best offensive linemen available. We'll see how true that stands to the way the board's going to fall here. But we have a ton of talent still on the board. You got Blake Corum. You got Trey Benson, Adonai Mitchell. I mean, a ton of players that maybe in another year don't make it this far down the board. I'm going to stop saying that, but it's so true. I still love Peyton Wilson. I know people are worried about the injuries, but honestly, the Steelers, that would have been the pick. I think they would have been that would have been a really good fit. They drafted TJ Watt. I've compared Peyton Willis to TJ Watt. I know that that's high praise, but TJ Watt dealt with a lot of injuries, and that's why he fell to the end of the first round. And the same thing's happening with Peyton Willis. So, all right, here we go. The Colts pick is in. This guy came in, said, I'm a 7th round pick. I'm not even supposed to be standing on this stage. Love that. Love the humility there. Rest in peace, Devontae Davis.
Much longer after they walked across this stage and their playing days are done. You know, I just want to give a round of applause to all the players. With that being said,
All right. With that being said, with the 52nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Adonai Mitchell. There you go, Ginger. Adonai Mitchell is officially off the board. No longer do we wait to see where he falls. Adonai Mitchell is the real deal, man. He's gonna. Let's see. I thought I had a. I thought I made a thing for him, a background for him. I didn't. He must have just missed it because I made one for all of the first round people, but he didn't go in the first round, so we were right about that. But Adonai Mitchell was the 6th best receiver. He ran a 4.34 40-yard dash. That was in the 94th percentile. I did not expect him to fall down the board. They just re-signed Michael Pittman Jr. Now you get another receiver on the other side. He's explosive, elite speed at the combine, exhibits exceptional body control and flexibility. He has a nice vertical route tree, displays outstanding hand-eye coordination, which extends his catch radius significantly. Combines size, speed, and ball skills to pose a formidable challenge on all 3 levels. Highly effective in creating separation with quick footwork and sudden changes in direction. Outstanding overall athlete, 90-plus percentile in the 40 vertical and the broad jump. If you're talking about the negatives, it's going to be inconsistent yards after the catch ability, occasionally slow to transition into a runner. He struggles with contested catches, failing to consistently leverage his frame to its full advantage, lacks proficiency as a blocker, struggles with strength and technique. Part of that is because he just needs to continue to learn how to use his body and his frame. Plays a little too passive for him, but look, this is the 6th best receiver. Most people think is the 6th best receiver in this year's draft. So falling all the way this far, Anthony Richardson to Adonai Mitchell, get used to hearing that because that's going to be next year. Good pickup right here for the Colts, and congratulations to Jinja. The Commanders, their pick is in. So this is going to be interesting. Let's see. Did the Commanders have this pick or did they just trade up? Let's see. Copy. 52. Let's see. All right. Wait a minute. Let's see. Mitchell, Washington. Okay, save. All right. Ticker's updated. Hope you guys are enjoying this. Please give it a thumbs up if you're enjoying this stream. KC said, it's Mitchell. I know. Adonai Mitchell. 90th percentile in every area. 96th percentile with his hands. This guy's going to be awesome, man. He comes from Missouri City, Texas, and then went to Texas. So Texas, born and raised. Would have been cool if he was drafted to the Cowboys or the Texans. Maybe not the Cowboys for Bill. But still. All right. The Commanders' pick is in. Let's see. Commanders. All right. So best available right now. You got Ennis Rockstraw Jr., Marshawn Nealon, Junior Colson, TJ Tampa, Peyton Wilson, Cedric Gray, Cole Bishop, Blake Fisher, Javon Bullard, Chris Braswell, and then Trey Benson. Now, the Commanders, I don't think they're going I don't think they're going running back because they brought in Austin Eckler. But wouldn't that be cool? Wouldn't that be cool? I mean, they could do kind of the David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs thing. So the Commanders tracking everything they've done so far. Round 2, number 36 overall. They got Zerzan Newton, an absolute steal. And then round 1, they ended up getting a receiver. Let's see. So they got Jaden Daniels. Oh, my God. Zerzan Newton and Mike Sanderstall. So this so far is an amazing draft for the Commanders. And damn it, wouldn't it be freaking awesome? And now they have moved back up into the second round. This is their third second-round pick. And the Commanders are drafting extremely well right now, which is surprising. And the pick is in, so let's see who it is. Cleveland on the clock. And then it'll be the Miami Dolphins next, and Buffalo's picking 5 picks after at 6:60. All right, here we go. Washington Commanders. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Ennis Rextra, isn't it? TJ Tampa. The Washington Commanders select Ben Sinnott. No, Bill. Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. Bill. Oh, my God. Not only does he not go to your team who did a 30, what was it, a top 30 visit, but it goes to your arch rival, the Commanders. Ben Sinnott, somebody that we've been tracking closely as he has been amazing at Kansas State, a top tight end. Some people had him as high as 2 in this year's draft. His yards after the catch, I believe, was the best of any tight end in the nation. Boasts impressive acceleration burst, quickly covering ground, demonstrates above average speed, effectively stretching the seam and threatening crossers, exhibits strong ball finding and shielding abilities in traffic. So now Jaden Daniels has Ben Sinnott and Xavier Legette. Wow. Oh, man. That is not what we wanted, Bill. Not at all. Oh, man. Oh, Bill. Oh, man, I am sorry. You know, that's why they say you can't fall in love with a prospect. You're not supposed to let yourself get there. Sinnott shows the quickness to navigate routes and evade redirection, capable of making contested catches, reliable hands, and with that said, the Cleveland Browns. I don't even have a chimer for them. All right. 54th pick is in. We have Carl Nassib and Peggy Rajic from the Trevor Project on stage to announce the pick. With the 54th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Michael Hall, defensive tackle out of Ohio State. Go Browns. Wow. So stays local in the area. Michael Hall Jr. going from Ohio State to Cleveland. You love to see it. So the Cleveland Browns, they're going to try to build that nastiness on the defense, bringing in Michael Hall. This is, hold on 1 second. 1 second. Slow is smooth and smooth is fast. All right, Michael Hall, arguably one of the best pass rushers in this year's draft. You got to go to page 2, but he's right at the top, 13th overall. His 40-yard dash is in the 97th percentile. He's 290 pounds, running a 4.7 at 6'3". He exhibits quick off the mark agility, effective footwork, possesses significant upper body strength and reach, demonstrates a high motor and reactive hand fighting skills, capable of executing a powerful bull rush, but he also has a diverse set of pass rush moves, recognized for his explosive first step, which we were talking about earlier, and agile enough to navigate twists and stunts effectively. The Miami Dolphins are on the clock right now. He utilizes explosive power and quickness to generate significant pressure on the quarterback. He has a body type that doesn't ideally fit traditional defensive positions, posing challenges in finding the optimal role at the NFL level, struggles with recognition and reaction to blocking schemes. He just needs to be coached up. I mean, this guy is on the rise. He's bringing to the table an intriguing mix of quickness, power, and technique. His development arc so far isn't without any hurdles. He's a tweener in his size and occasionally has lapses in block recognition. These are things that can all be coached into him, though. The intangibles are there. Michael Hall Jr., another solid pick from the Commanders, or from the Cleveland Browns. So now the Dolphins on the clock here at number 55. And let's get this. Michael Hall Jr., defensive tackle. All right. So 55. Miami up next. We will see who Miami goes with. Coming on stage right now, the pick is in. Richmond Webb, the Dolphins' 9th overall pick. All right, with the 55th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dolphins select Patrick Paul, offensive tackle. So protecting Tua Tagovailoa is the next order of business. He was definitely getting pressured a ton in the AFC divisional round against the Kansas City Chiefs. Patrick Paul, 331 pounds, ladies and gentlemen, 331 pounds. This guy is huge, 6'8". 6'8". I mean, let's see. He is, I believe, the 7th ranked. Let me just upload that really quick. All right. Let's see. Where is he ranked at? Okay, he's like 11. All right. But still, when you take his weaknesses and his strengths, in summary, he's shown solid development at Houston, transitioning effectively from high school to college ball. His tape shows a tackle with elite length and a good anchor ability, making him a wall and pass pro. However, his footwork and space and hand technique, especially in the run games, are areas for development. At the pro level, Paul's physical traits like his wingspan and punch give him a high ceiling. He's got the raw material coaches look for in a tackle, yet to crack as a starting lineman, he needs to sharpen up his technique against NFL caliber edge rushers and improve his leverage and drive in the run game. Paul's draft stock is a mix of potential and project. He's likely a second-round pick with the upside to become an excellent pass protector, and he did go in the second round. And with that said, the Dallas Cowboys find themselves on the clock here at number 56. Remember, Jerry Jones said we're all in, but we haven't seen anything yet. Nothing at all. So it's just kind of funny to keep monitoring that whole situation and keep reminding Jerry Jones that he says dumb shit. But here we go. The Cowboys on the clock here at 56. Maybe trying to trade out of it. No pick in as we go under 3 minutes on the clock. So the Cowboys on the clock. 2 minutes and 50 seconds and counting. And when I look at their draft needs, I think it's got to be Trey Benson here. Absolutely, it's got to be Trey Benson. I think this was the whole idea. So if you weren't watching, the Cowboys met with Ezekiel Elliott. No deal was offered, but I believe that the conversation went something like this. Zeke, we would love to bring you back. This is your home. It would have to be a team-friendly contract. Let's be real of where you're at. But we're going to try to go get a running back through the draft. We'll see who falls to us. We're not going to be aggressive. But in the situation the Cowboys are in where only one running back has come off the board, Cowboys are on the board right now. I could see them drafting Trey Benson, and Zeke gets the phone call. Thanks, but no thanks. Let's see what happens here. We are under the 2 minutes, and the Cowboys have no pick in yet. I don't know if they're trying to trade back a little bit. Tampa Bay is on the clock next. I could see them going running back. I know that they feel really good about their running back. And I was just reading an article where he said he wants to take that next step and average 5 yards per carry. It was a whole entire thing. And Rachaad White really wants to be that guy. So I don't know if they would draft a running back. And then you got Green Bay, who just brought in Josh Jacobs. So I think Cowboys right now are trying to move back, knowing that the next couple picks aren't going running back, but maybe nobody is answering that call. We are going under a minute, 105, 104, 103, 102, 101. Still no pick in yet. I'm sure the Cowboys have their running back on standby, just waiting to see if they can sell this pick to anybody. If not, I think it's going to be Trey Benson off the board here to the Cowboys, which is going to make the Cowboys better immediately. And yes, here it is. The Cowboys pick is in. So the Cowboys do end up making a decision here. And Jerry Jones makes the phone call. Not Benson, too. My heart can't take this. I know. I feel the same way sitting here watching all these teams get better. Man, this sucks. Jeez. The Broncos have no second-round pick, no third-round pick. They don't have a pick until tomorrow. God, it's disgusting. So fucking boring. All right, the Cowboys pick is in. And the Cowboys... Oh, I think this is wheelchair basketball. Those are the wheelchairs that I played wheelchair basketball in after my injury.
Like there's a few people who are up here on stage with me. In our family's household, our number one Cowboy fan, my son, Chase. I've had the honor and the privilege for serving for and working for two of America's teams. One, serving for the United States Air Force.
Boo, Air Force. I'm just kidding.
Two Dallas Cowboys.
All right.
But I'd also like
hundreds that are joining me on stage. Earlier today, the NFL, alongside the Bob Woodward Foundation and Move United, hosted the first ever USA Wheelchair Football League.
I knew it was wheelchair. Yeah, so those are the wheelchairs that you play. Yeah, so those are the wheelchairs that they play football in.
Stars are part of the National USA Wheelchair Football League, funded by an NFL Salute to Service grant.
Yep.
Please join me in welcoming the co-captains of the game today, retired U.S. Army Corporal Jason Rainey. And retired U.S. Marine Sergeant Alex Wynn. To make the pick today for the Dallas Cowboys, I'm going to turn the mic over to Jason, who led his team today as the quarterback to win the league championship this last year. Jason, take it away, sir. Thank you. With the 56th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Marshawn Nealon, edge out of Eastern Michigan. Didn't see this one coming, not going to lie. Edgerrin is ranked as the, let's see, Marshawn Nealon. No, I just had him up. Marshawn Nealon, here he is. A top 10 edge in this year's draft. His strengths, NFL ready frame with impressive strength and long arms. High motor, capable of achieving coverage sacks and maintaining high performance throughout games. Demonstrates remarkable versatility and agility. Exhibits excellent run defense capabilities, leveraging strength and agility to disrupt offensive schemes. Alignment versatility allows for effective play in multiple settings. So Marshawn Nealon out of Western Michigan, defensive end, comes off the board right here. Goes from the Broncos to the Cowboys. He's a football playing son of a gun. So that is where the Cowboys go. That is where the Cowboys go with the 56th pick. Add banner, save. All right, there we go. Everything updated. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, not only are they on the clock, but Tampa Bay has their pick in, and the NFL goes to a quick commercial break. Just got a new jersey on eBay. Tiki Barber, number 21 in red, only $27. Look, I get most of my Broncos stuff from eBay. I like buying things that actually are vintage and they're not newly made that are trying to look vintage. I like the actual stuff. That's where I got this off eBay. Super Bowl champion back-to-back from 98 and 99. I love this one because the Super Bowl was also in Miami, where I lived for 10 years. So I think I got that for like $10, you know, something like that to me is worth a lot more, but eBay's the way to go, man. So at least I have something to look forward to. I remember when I was a kid, there was a book that I would read. I think it was a kid's book. I was like, I think 8, 9 years old, but it was about Tiki and Rodney Barber growing up together and playing football. And I think there was a part of it where their mom would leave the headlights on so that they could continue to practice. And it was a beautiful book. I can't remember the name of it, but I remember that book as a kid. I felt the same way about football. So, all right, we got the Buccaneers, and their pick is in, of course.
Baker Mayfield in 2023 had a career high 28 passing touchdowns. Mike Evans became the first player in NFL history to have 1,000 yards receiving in 10 straight seasons. They finished last, though, in NFL rush yards per game, and that's what we were talking about. But Rachaad White has made it really public that he wants to average 5 yards a carry. He wants to be better. Is that enough for Tampa to bet on him, or do they bring in some competition? I wouldn't be surprised here if we start seeing some more running backs come off the board. Green Bay is picking next, and they're not going running back. Then you got Houston. Would the Texans go running back? I wouldn't put it past them. Man, if they could add Trey Benson, oh my God. Could you imagine how good this Texans team is going to be next year? And Bill said for 1/3 of the price. I'll show you what I was looking at buying. This is what I was looking at getting. I'll share my screen.
Walmart Plus members save on delivery, gas, plus so much more. Join today.
This is what I was looking at. A Bo Nix jersey. Look how sick this is, though. It's all stitched. I like that it's got the Oregon. It's got the duck right up there. I mean, Oregon's always had really dope uniforms, but it's like official. It's a little expensive, but it's a really nice jersey. I've always liked Oregon's jerseys. And Bill said, I meant the internet access. Spectrum is like $150 a month, plus fiber is going to be way faster and only $50 a month. Wow. Oh, okay. Oh shit. Okay, I see it. Got an update on my new internet. 10 gigabyte fiber is down. Should be ready in July. That's awesome, dude. It makes such a big difference. Appreciate that. All right. With the 57th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Chris Braswell, edge out of Alabama, comes off the board. Wow. And this was one of the better edges. I've taken him in some of my mock drafts. I'm very familiar with him. Great addition to the Tampa Bay Bucs. You see them going defense here with another pick. This was always somebody that was going to get drafted probably in the second round, the sixth best edge in this year's draft. And he comes from a school, St. Francis, where he was a 5-star recruit by ESPN. He joined Alabama after being heavily recruited, so he's always been that guy, right? In 2021, he saw action in 12 games. That's a lot as a freshman for the Crimson Tide. You don't just go to a program like that and play right away. As a pass rusher, he had 11 pressures, 9 QB hurries, 1 QB hit, and 1 sack. And then he just continued to get better as a sophomore and junior. Only has played college football for 3 years and now in the NFL. In coverage, he shows excellent awareness and anticipation when dropping back into zone. He has the fluidity to speed and the speed to run with most tight ends over the middle. Shows good quickness off the line of scrimmage, flashes the violent hands to win around the edge, brings a dynamic combo of speed and power, mastering the art of the forklift technique. This is a very, very, very good pick by Tampa. The Green Bay Packers select Javon Bullard, defensive back, coming off the board here. All right. Javon Bullard, a Green Bay Packer. And wow. Not a defensive back, but a safety specifically. So you had Tyler Nubin as the best safety, but Javon Bullard was right behind him. And to give you an idea, Tyler Nubin was graded out as an 86.8, and Javon Bullard was graded out as an 86. So very, very close. And Javon Bullard's from Baldwin High School. He was only a 3-star recruit. I don't say only, but not like the last guy, right? He had to work his way in, but he did see 11 games as a freshman for the Bulldogs. Then he played 12 games as a sophomore and 11 games as a junior. He was a 2023 AP All SEC second team and the 2022 defensive MVP for both the Peach Bowl and the national championship. Aware zone cornerback who also shows promise in man coverage, flashing physical hand usage at the line, elite in man coverage, does a good job getting his head around. This is a very good pickup by the Green Bay Packers here. With the 59th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Blake Fisher, offensive tackle out of Notre Dame, and maybe this is going to be part of the plan here with I'm blanking on his name, Larry Tunsil, to maybe train him up. Maybe ask Larry Tunsil, hey, who do you really like in this class? Kind of similar to how Jason Kelsey trained up the center that they drafted, I believe, 2 years ago. So Blake Fisher comes off the board right here at number 59 to the Houston Texans. That should help out CJ Stroud a little bit. He was the 15th ranked offensive tackle, and he's from Indiana. He was a 5-star recruit, the number 1 overall recruit in his home state. That's what it means when you've always been that guy, right? That's crazy. His strengths, there's a lot of them. Impressive agility and technique in drive blocking, utilizes his length effectively. And speaking of that length, let's talk about it. He's 310 pounds at 6'6". This is a big, big dude. He's competitive. His toughness stands out. He shows remarkable ability to climb to the second level, boasts a solid foundation in both gap and zone schemes, capable of executing a variety of blocking concepts with proficiency. His weaknesses, struggles with timing and accuracy of punches, tends to be the last off the snap, putting him at an immediate disadvantage. While he anchors well against bull rushes, his ability to open his hips and counter speed on the edge requires improvement. A little bit of coaching. This is maybe a good project for Laramie Tunsil, and Blake Fisher comes off the clock here, or comes off the board here. And now the Bills, not only are they on the clock, but their pick is in as well. 55, 56, 57. And now we have 50. Oh, Chris Braswell. Wait, what was? Oh, I never added Green Bay's pick. Hold the phone. 57, 58. 58. What was 58? I'm blanking. Remind me, who did Green Bay just select? Didn't they get safety? They got Javon Bullard. Okay, Javon Bullard goes to Green Bay. Just need to update this ticker real quick. Javon Bullard. And then Houston gets Blake Fisher. All right, that's updated. All right. Boom. Everything's good. Everything's updated. Hope you guys are enjoying this stream. Buffalo Bills are on the clock with the 60th pick, and the 60th pick is in. All right. Pick is in. All right, so Round 2, they got Cohen Coleman, wide receiver out of Florida State. They still have 9 picks remaining. I thought they might trade back in to a higher spot. Key departure, Stephon Diggs, Jordan Poyer, Tre'Davious White, Leonard Floyd, and Mitch Morse. They got 48 wins in the last 4 seasons. That's second in the NFL. You can guess who they're behind. We don't pick again until 70. That's only 10 picks away. I don't have a pick until tomorrow night. I'm just saying it could be worse. Man, we just have to sit back and just kind of just eat this whole draft. One thing about Javon Bullard, though, he is pretty short. He's 5'10", so not ideal height there, but I think they're going to probably put him at maybe at nickel. He's a zone-free safety. We'll see what Green Bay does with him. But, all right, the Bills' pick is in. Let's see if they double down on receivers here. Let's see who's coming out the board. I think it's Troy Franklin. Cole Bishop, DB out of Utah. Not a name that we're not familiar with. Cole Bishop, solid pickup, one of the top safeties in this year's draft, ranked just underneath Bullard, I believe, as the 3rd highest safety. Actually, he went to 7. He went a little bit higher here than he was projected to be drafted. He came as a 3-star recruit out of high school. As a freshman, he played in 10 games, then 13 as a sophomore, 11 in 2023. He was second-team All-Pro in 2023. His consistent performance earned him recognition in the All-Pac-12 teams over multiple years, and he was a first-team selection by Phil Steele in 2023. Highly versatile, capable of impacting all 3 levels of the defense, exhibits strong instincts with exceptional vision and route recognition, effective tackler with the ability to close ground quickly and deliver powerful hits to the ball carrier, displays a robust frame with good length, capable of impacting man coverage on tight ends, consistently navigates through traffic with ease, and demonstrates notable route anticipation. So great pickup here by the Buffalo Bills. And now we got the 61st pick in the NFL draft. The Lions. Let's see. Barry Sanders is on stage announcing the Lions' 61st pick. The mayor will announce this pick. The greatest running back I ever saw, the mayor says. It's a great time to be in Detroit. And with the 61st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Ennis Rakestraw Jr., cornerback out of Missouri. Of course, the Lions are nailing this draft. Of course, they're destroying this draft. Great pickup right here. The 6th ranked corner. Some people had him as high as 4 out of Missouri. This is a really good pick here for the Lions, who are just one of those teams. Oh, hold on. One of those teams that has been just getting the drafting right time and time again. They have been nailing all of these picks, and this is no exception here. Hold on, let me just copy this. Very instinctual, will come up and hit you in the mouth. There we go. Updated. Let's talk about him for a second. 5'11", 183. Doesn't jump off the screen by any means. Instinctual, though. Keen understanding of the game, showcasing an ability to anticipate plays and react swiftly. Exhibits superior man coverage skills using a blend of physicality. Remarkable twitch and agility allow for quick direction changes. His length is a significant advantage, enabling him to contest catches effectively and disrupt passing lanes. He displays excellent football IQ, which is something Dan Campbell's going to love. Great at identifying offensive schemes. Despite having a lighter frame, he does show willingness to engage physically, which is awesome. I would much rather have a lighter frame that is very physical than a big guy that plays passive. It's hard to make somebody. Those are the intangibles. It's hard to coach that aggressiveness. I'd rather have it and have to coach it down than try to create it. So the Ravens are on the clock and their pick is in.
First, like to say, rest in peace to my young brother, Vinny Mata. I miss him up here every day. With that being said, Detroit, what's up?
All right.
Some time here. Love you guys. Thanks for the hospitality. Other than that, Flock Nation, we are up.
All right. Baltimore Ravens with the 62nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Baltimore Ravens select Roger Rosengarten, tackle. So they go offensive line here. Roger Rosengarten. He is going to be the guy that's going to protect Lamar Jackson. They beef up the offensive line here. Didn't think he was going to go this high. I had him around 23. Some had him as high as 15, though. Exhibits excellent foot quickness and movement skills. Elite speed for the position. Almost has tight end attributes. We could see him catching passes in goal line situations. Demonstrating elite hinge flexibility and short area explosiveness. Possesses good hand strength and timing with punch. Shows proficiency in handling a variety of pass protection sets. So Roger Rosengarten, offensive tackle. Washington had the best offensive line in the league last year, and we're seeing quite a bit of them coming off the board here. So Roger Rosengarten off the board here at 62. I hope he doesn't work out and he's a total bust. And the Kansas City Chiefs are on the board. So basically the last two picks, whoever the Kansas City Chiefs select, I hope doesn't work. I hope they fail miserably. And Bill, I'm still salty about signing it. I understandable. I feel that. Xavier Worthy was the only pick that Kansas City has made. Would I be surprised if they went receiver here? I could see it happening. Let's take a look at some of the best available. You got Junior Colson, linebacker out of Georgia, the second-ranked linebacker still available. Could the Chiefs go that way? Let's see. Oh, my God. What if they draft Trey Benson? Oh, my God. And I said he was going to be great, so I would have to, cheer for him in some way. Oh, my God. They got Rashee Rice, but what if they wanted to add? What if they go another receiver? What if they go Jalen McMillan? They're going to go Jalen McMillan. The San Francisco 49ers have traded the 63rd pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. And with the 63rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chiefs select tackle out of BYU, Kingsley Suamuyata. Wow. So they're going offensive line here. Nothing wrong with that. Out of the top prospects available, he's around 15. He's 6'5", 326 pounds. This is a Patrick Mahomes. We got you. Move right here. You got to invest in that offensive line and keep Patrick Mahomes happy. They did lose some offensive linemen in the last couple of years, so his tape is inconsistent, but the flashes and ceiling are impressive. He's quick and long enough to take the edge away from speed rushers. He does flash a powerful punch on tape. He has big hands. He moves well for his size and is tough to beat once he locks on. So the Kansas City Chiefs beefing up that offensive line and going with a tackle here. Not yet ready to push for a starting job in the NFL. That's what the experts say. Looks like they don't need him to come in and start right away. So, man, this is a really good offense, but San Francisco is now on the clock, and the 49ers have their pick in already. So Trey Benson is still there, Bill. Trey Benson is still on the clock. The NFL draft is going to a quick commercial break. And I'm going to D for the P really quick. I hope you guys are enjoying this. Please don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
With Treadwell, you can find the perfect tires for any EV using the same expert advice you get in a discount tire store. Get your best match in 1 minute or less with Treadwell.
When migraine strikes, you're faced with a choice. Accept the trade-offs of treating, or push through the pain and symptoms. With Ubrelvy, there's another option. One dose quickly stops migraine in its tracks. Treat it anytime, anywhere, without worrying where you are or if it's too late. Do not take with strong citrate A4 inhibitors. Allergic reactions to Ubrelvy can happen. Most common side effects are nausea and sleepiness. Migraine pain relief starts with you. Ask about Ubrelvy. Learn how Appy can help you save.
Wendy's fries are always hot and crispy.
Friday!
So Toby says every day is now
Friday. Tuesday.
Friday.
Wednesday.
Friday.
Friday. Get the fries other fries wish they could be. Wendy's hot and crispy fries. Guaranteed.
Bienvenidos. Welcome to Mexico City.
They can't help but be awed by it all. It's about to get wild.
Welcome to the sights and sounds of Mexico's capital, and where baseball just hits different. Welcome, Astros and Rockies. The Mexico City Series Sunday at 4, then Sunday Night Baseball, Cubs, Red Sox at 7 on ESPN.
The industrial grade products you need. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wait, you can design a personalized weight loss plan for me? Whoa, I'm needed. I have high cholesterol. Does Noom have plans for us? Noom's plans can be personalized for both your needs.
Come on, good bud.
Get your personalized plan today at Noom.com. We handcraft every Stearns & Foster using the finest materials like indulgent memory foam and ultra-conforming IntelliCoils for a beautiful mattress and indescribable comfort every single night. Stearns & Foster, what comfort should be.
You're really making all of this by hand.
Oh yeah, the avocados are hand mashed, the chips are hand tossed, and everything is made fresh.
You make it fresh every day.
Yes, every day. The Chipotle way is we make it fresh every day.
Sounds delicious. Welcome back to the 2024 NFL Draft, where we are in the second round. The final pick in the second round
All right. The 49ers on the clock. Their pick is in. Bill. All right, here we go.
It's good to be back home at the crib. I went to school down the street from here, 3200 East Lafayette Street, Detroit, Martin Luther King Crusaders. So it's an honor and a pleasure to be here.
With the 64th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the 49ers select Renardo Green. No frickin' way. No way. Renardo Green, one of our favorite players. I couldn't speak about this guy enough. Renardo Green, super physical, shut down Malik Neighbors when they played week 1. In my opinion, he's a little too low on a lot of people's list, but this guy is absolutely amazing. He can do man zone slot. He can do the nickel or safety. He can do whatever you need him to do. Exhibits explosive athleticism and quick movement, displays exceptional reaction speed, proficient in press man coverage, strong open field tackler, demonstrates solid coverage skills against top competition, particularly noted in his performance against Malik Neighbors I was just talking about. That's why I put it in my notes. Experienced in various secondary positions, contributing to his adaptability and value in different defensive setups. It does not surprise me that the 49ers nailed this draft, right? The 49ers are very good at identifying talent, and they stay true to their own board, not Mel Kiper's board. So Ricky Pearsall and now Renardo Green, I can honestly say the 49ers are a better team with those two players on it. And it does not surprise me that the general manager, John Lynch, would understand and appreciate Renardo Green's skill set. So the 49ers, they're not going anywhere. They're going to be a problem for a very long time. All right, 63. Then we got 64, Renardo Green. All right, the New York Jets pick is in. Man, I cannot believe the 49ers are doing so well in this draft. I can't wait until we can draft players again. This sucks, man. All right, the New York Jets pick is in. And this is the 65th pick. And if my math is mathing, that's the first pick in the third round. So the New York Jets pick is in. We got some military people on the stage right now doing a tribute. All right, all that have served have to stand and be recognized. All right. Wings of gold, baby. Air Crew. All right, here's the 64th pick coming on stage to be announced. All right. Someone touched my son. I think there's someone texted my son. I'm pretty sure there was a better way to say that, Greenie. Bill said, "You have been recognized, and honestly, you're lucky you can still stand. Thank you for your service." Thank you, Bill. I appreciate you. Go Blue. TS. Jets, Jets, Jets. Bill, your little brother's on TV. The New York Jets select Malachi Corley, wide receiver out of Western Kentucky. I had a crush on a girl named Corley when I was in middle school. Haven't thought about that name in a while. All right. Corley out of Western Kentucky comes off the board right here. He was the 12th ranked wide receiver among a lot of people had him at least in the top 15. I've seen him as high as 12. Overall rank, they thought he would go around 50. So really good value getting him here at 65. He's got elite athletic skills. Here's Bruce Fieldman's freak list again at number 81. He arrived at Western Kentucky in the summer of COVID-19 at 193 pounds. Now he's 220 on his 5'11 frame, looking more like a running back than your typical receiver. By the way, this guy hit 23 miles per hour on the GPS and clocked a 4.43 40-yard dash. His shuttle time was 4.08 seconds, and he had a 355-pound bench press. This guy is an absolute terror in run-after-catch scenarios. He demonstrates impressive hand skills. His transition from defense to offense is evident in his play. He may not be an instant fit as a traditional receiver, but his innate abilities suggest that he can contribute immediately in a specialized role. They brought in Mike Williams. They didn't draft Brock Bowers. They shored up that offensive line, but now they add another really good yard after catch king, just a complete monster. He's going to work out. Aaron Rodgers to Corley is going to be something that we hear a lot. Arizona Cardinals are back on the clock. They've had a very busy draft. I agree. With the 66th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Trey Benson. Oh my goodness. Trey Benson goes to the Arizona Cardinals. Oh gosh. All right. Well, Trey Benson, you guys know how I feel. Trey Benson is the best running back in this year's draft class, coming in at 6 foot, 216 pounds, running a 4.39 40-yard dash. Absolutely incredible. He's exceptional long speed, consistently finding extra gears to outpace defenders. He's got a notable burst and acceleration, very effective in downhill runs, demonstrates serious strength and balance, uses his frame to run aggressively. He's got good skills as a pass catcher with natural receiving abilities, exhibits improved understanding of angles and block following, has good but not great hands. But here's the thing. I went to the combine. I watched all the running backs. Trey Benson just looked like he was operating on a faster level in every drill that they did. I mean, you get used to you watch 50 people run a 40-yard dash, and you start to sit in your chair and go, okay, that's a 4.5. and then it pops up. And eventually you're right. You can see the difference between a 4.5, a 4.4, and a 4.3. And that little bit faster, that little quickness, that little extra, it was just different than all the other running backs. He's going to work out. He's going to be great. Going to the Arizona Cardinals, who I got to say are having a very, very good draft right now. Arizona has been very busy today, and Trey Benson comes off the board here, and Bill goes, well, shit. But I still think you're fine, because Trey Benson, he's good, but you still got Blake Corum, who everybody loved at the combine, and Jalen Wright as well. So the Commanders are on the clock. The Washington Commanders select Brandon Coleman. Okay, out of TCU. So Brandon Coleman coming off the board right here at 67 to Washington. Again, now they get a guard. And, man, I got to say, the Commanders are really having themselves a draft. And they have turned those picks that they've gotten from releasing, from getting rid of Chase Young and Montez Sweat, and they're turning them into players that are going to come in and make a difference right away. Brandon Coleman, one of the best guards. You can see he gets downfield, really physical, and, man, he's just involved in plays. He gets involved in plays that are way down the field. All right. So hold on. Let me write this out really quick. The Patriots have their pick in. Brandon Coleman. Just want to make sure I spell that right. Whew. All right. Brandon Coleman. 67 to Washington. And now we have 68 going to New England. And take a look. Ooh. All right. The Patriots and Chargers are making the next couple picks here as the Patriots go to commercial break. All right. So let's look at Brandon Coleman a little bit closer. He was from TCU, the number 22 ranked offensive lineman. His 40 times 93 percentile, vertical 98th, broad jump 96. Why is that important for an offensive tackle? It just tells you that he is exceptionally athletic. He has elite athletic skills. He made Bruce Fieldman's freak list at 61, partially because he has a 35-inch vertical. He regularly runs 18 miles per hour, and he squats 600 pounds and benches 400, power cleans 375. This guy's in the 1,000-pound club with only his squat and bench, and he still runs 18 miles an hour. That's just absolutely insane. When you have a person like that, you're going to get drafted just alone on athletic ability. But he also shows good athletic ability for his size with his quick footwork that aids in managing space and mirroring rushers effectively. Possesses a patient approach to double teams, maintains a wide base. The Commanders are just doing a lot of things right in this draft. Really, I think it's because they're drafting so much, but they definitely stand out today. So the Patriots are on the clock here at 68. 67, 68. All right, just making sure that's up to date. 68, New England. And we'll wait and see what the Patriots are going to do. So looking at the Patriots, some of their draft needs, ranking their draft needs. Of course, quarterback, they addressed it by drafting Drake May. Offensive tackle is a huge one. I don't believe that I think the Patriots drafted one player in the second round. I can't remember who it was though. Who was it? Patriots. Oh, I'll just look at the bottom of my screen. 34, 35, 36, Jalen. Oh, Washington, Newton, Jalen Polk, Tennessee, Rams. I can't believe the Rams got Brandon Fisk. He could be. Oh, he's going to be a problem. All right, TJ Tampa, I did Addisa, Isaac, Roman Wilson, Troy Franklin. I'm surprised is still on the board. I think the Patriots should probably take him off here. Troy Franklin. I mean, let's throw Drake May a bone here. Patriots have made their pick, and we are going to see what it is. We have a speech. Stand up against hate. The NFL is so funny. They're like, all right, military, let's stand. All right. We just hit every political agenda. We are neutral. Yes. I am all for standing up against hate.
Whose mission is to fight the rising hate happening across the United States, to educate those sitting on
my God, I just want to watch the draft.
Stand up to Jewish hate and all hate through the Blue Square campaign. I am thrilled to have these tremendous leaders here tonight showing that what it means to stand up for one another and work towards putting the end to the hatred that exists in our world today. Christian, Emma, the floor is yours.
All right, here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent.
Here, how did the Giants pick leak? They don't pick till 70. I'm on 68. Oh, because Twitter, because they're there in person. Oh, you got to get on that. You got to get off Twitter, Bill. With the 68th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Caden Wallace. Caden Wallace. Caden Wallace coming off the board here. This guy has to spell his name literally the most impossible way for no reason. Caden, Kaedan. Caden Wallace. Offensive tackle out of Penn State. Good flexibility. There he is, number 73, if you're looking at your TV watching on film. And this is all about protecting Drake May at this point. This is what's important to them. Let's see. 4-year starter, basically, at Penn State. The Chargers, not only are they on the clock, but their pick is in. Caden Wallace. His football journey started in downtown Atlanta before he moved to New Jersey. He displays a loose balance movement with strong ability to regain balance, efficient in navigating combo blocks, strong play strength, and exceptional at staying connected in his blocks. Here come the Chargers.
Thank you, Detroit. Thank you. This is a very special night. You should be so proud of what you're doing. Thank you. This is also a very reflective night for us in the green room, especially us old guys. We get a chance to remember our careers. And it gives me an opportunity to thank the NFL for having us, but also the Chargers, who stuck with me during my battle with Crohn's disease, my ostomy surgery, and allowed me to play 10 years. So for all my teammates, my coaches, thank you very much for all you've done for
Man.
So tonight, Jim Harbaugh got one of his boys with the 69th pick.
Uh-oh. Here comes the Michigan wide receiver. The Los Angeles Chargers select Junior Colson. Called it. Well, he kind of told me, but still. The 69th pick in the NFL draft, and the Los Angeles Chargers get the Michigan man himself, Junior Colson. Wow. Didn't even know English until the age of 9. Junior Colson. All right. So far, Jim Harbaugh having a pretty good draft. If I'm not going to say that out loud. What is wrong with me? No, but seriously, this is a really good pickup. This was the third best linebacker among most draft boards in this year's NFL draft. He had a great career at Michigan, and teams that are looking for a linebacker who can come in and contribute immediately on all 3 downs, they're going to find Colson appealing, and that's what Harbaugh did. Colson's work ethic and his trajectory suggests he could develop into a starting linebacker with the potential to exceed expectations at the pro level. However, his immediate fit may be as a rotational player on defense and special teams contributor, where he can use his athleticism and tackling skills while adapting to the NFL speed. Just as a transitional phase. He's 6'2", 238 pounds, ran a 4.5. That's the 83rd percentile. Not crazy fast, not slow by any stretch of the imagination. This is a great pick. Somebody Harbaugh knows really close, and now he's going to go play for his coach at the next level, and the New York Giants are on the clock here at number 70. And the New York Giants pick is in. The New York Giants pick is in. Bill said we got a new defensive coordinator, and it looks like he's running the draft in rounds 2 and 3. Uh-oh. Bill's spoiling it for me. All right. Jordan Travis. Draft Jordan Travis here. Is that Tiki Barber? Yeah. You were just talking about Tiki Barber. Sixth pick in the third round. The New York Giants select cornerback Andrew Phillips. I like this pick. Beefing up the defense, and yeah, out of Kentucky. We liked what we saw. Hold on, I got a typo here. We liked what we saw here out of Phillips. Phillips is one of the better, I would still say, top 10 cornerbacks in this year's draft. I mean, he's quick, he's twitchy, he's instinctive. I love his ability to come up, and he looks smaller, but he's still willing to come up and lay a hit. And I spelt it wrong, of course. NFL players with their weird ass names. All right, there you go, Andrew. But 5'11", running a 4.40. His vertical's in the 98th percentile. So you're talking about somebody that could get up into the air, and his broad jump was in the 99th percentile. This dude's got the athleticism to make interceptions and turnovers. He's got the raw tools necessary for reducing catch opportunities, displays versatility in coverage, efficient in closing quickly on catches, displays low and balanced backpedaling. And the Cardinals pick is in. Isaiah Adams. Isaiah Adams. New York Giants. New York Giants. Andrew Phillips. 71. Arizona. Isaiah Adams. Here we go. 71.
Again, a guy who can swing back and forth in between guard and tackle. I think guard is probably going to be his more natural position. But this is a dude who right here, when you talk about getting the guy in the
All right, there we go. Isaiah Adams, offensive tackle from Illinois, off the board right here. So they got Marvin Harrison Jr., Darius Robinson, Max Milton, Trey Benson, and now Isaiah Adams. This is honestly a culture shifting kind of draft, the way I see these players panning out. This is very nicely done by the Arizona Cardinals right now. So Isaiah Adams out of Illinois, 315 pounds, 23, almost 24 years old, so a little bit older. He, was a 5-year senior. He's projects as a utility piece on the interior offensive line. He showcases a blend of anchor, strength, and mobility. The one thing I will say about him, and now I'm remembering this guy, in the run game, he leverages his frame and plays strength effectively, demonstrating the ability to maul in tight spaces. His proficiency as a puller and in combo box highlight a potential immediate impact in gap-heavy or mixed scheme. But conversely, he has technical lapses, particular pad level consistency and hand placement, that render him susceptible to leverage loss and disengagement. Spotlight a critical area for refinement at the next level. But we're in the third round. It's okay to draft players that are going to come in and take a little bit of work. Isaiah Adams off the board here at number 71. And the Panthers pick is in. So the Panthers here picking at number 72. And the pick is in. So we just sit and wait to see who the Carolina Panthers are drafting here. 72. Carolina. Who's it going to be? And Carolina, man, I got to say, the teams that are really kind of standing out, Arizona, Washington, the two teams that are really loading up. I didn't give away the pick. Yeah, I love Tiki. No, you didn't give away the pick. No, not at all. I just figured it was a defensive guy, but that didn't give away the pick. Indianapolis Colts are going to be picking again in 10 picks. So far, Denver's got to move. Give us a bone, man. I know they're like, man, this is boring. We got to give our fans something. Give us one player, just one, besides Bo Nix, who I'm a lot higher on today than I was yesterday. After listening, admittedly, I was really kind of down on the pick. And then after listening to Sean Payton talk about the pick and doing a little more research, there were people saying, like Bill Belichick, saying that he was the most pro-ready quarterback in this year's draft because he was 24 years old. His dad was a quarterback coach. He has a high IQ. He can identify things at the line of scrimmage. He's a fast processor, gets the ball out of his hands quickly. He has the highest completion percentage in college football history of any quarterback ever. And I saw this movie, Shoe Dogs, where they explained when they wanted Michael, but nobody else felt the way they felt about Michael. It was this one guy. It was this special feeling. Sean Payton really explained himself as like, it was always Bo Nix. I had a special feeling for him. So I'm going to ride with it. And with the 72nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Trevin Wallace, off linebacker out of Kentucky, University of Kentucky. I believe he was the 4th linebacker rated, and 75 tackles last year, 5.5 sacks, 6 tackles for a loss. Here he is, Trevin Wallace. No, he was around 10, but still really, really good athleticism, elite athleticism and versatility. His ability to cover ground quickly and agility and changing direction are standout traits that align with the demands of a modern coverage-focused NFL linebacker. So the Panthers getting a linebacker here that is going to excel with keeping up with receivers. That's the type of defense they're trying to run. Now, his transition to the NFL isn't without any challenges. His play recognition and consistency at the point of attack need refinement to ensure that he can handle the complexity and speed at the next level. Too often, Wallace relies on his athletic ability to compensate for these lapses, which might not suffice against the more sophisticated schemes in the NFL. His tendency to be overly aggressive can lead him to misread plays. He's going to hone that in. 73rd pick in the 23rd NFL Draft. The Dallas Cowboys select Cooper Beebe. Wow. So loading up on the offensive line, Cooper Beebe. And that was one of the top available players remaining in Mel Kiper's best available. Cooper Beebe. Let's see, where was he? Cooper Beebe. Cooper Beebe. Oh, I can go by offensive tackle. Here we go. Cooper Beebe. Oh, okay. No wonder I couldn't find him. I'm looking at the wrong. I don't think I took notes on him. I don't think I took any notes on Cooper Beebe. I can pull it up really quick, though. Cooper Beebe. Here it is, Kansas State. 40-yard dash is in the 93rd percentile. Oh, shit. Okay.
With the 74th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select
The Atlanta Falcons select Braylon Trice. Okay. All right. So I just reached my 1,000-word cap limit. So I'm going to have to make another one. So just bear with me for a second. All right. So that is, 74. And then I need 73. Save. And 72. Trevin Wallace. Trevin Wallace. There we go. Copy. All right. Scroll across bottom. All right, so this is going to be the new ticker scrolling across the bottom as of now. And the Chicago Bears are on the clock. The Chicago Bears are on the clock. So thank you for bearing with me. Now I can play that, and then just towards the end, I'll switch it over. All right, so here we go. 75. Chicago. We will find out. Their pick is not in as of right now. Andrew Phillips had no interceptions in college. Oh, come on. You're being a little hard on him. You're being a little hard on him, right? Let me see. Hold on. Jeez, I just got so... Okay, Dallas Kuribi. And then Andrew Phillips. Andrew Phillips. Andrew Phillips out of Kentucky. Andrew Phillips. I mean, to be fair, no, I got nothing. He is fast though. He's got the ability to get interceptions. Like sometimes the opposite is true. Sometimes players get no interceptions in college because when you're so good, the quarterbacks don't even look your way. Like Patrick Surtain didn't have a lot of picks, but that's because he had like the fewest attempted passes his direction. His last year with the Crimson Tide, he didn't have any interceptions, and that's because nobody threw his way. So sometimes it can just be that as well. No, that's a real stat from Nick Filato. Yeah, but that sounds like a stat without context. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, that mattress does look comfy. What is that? Stearns and Foster? All right, so here we are right now at the end of, or in the beginning of the third round. Trevin Wallace, I guess halfway through the third. I believe this goes to pick 100 or close to 100.
You make it fresh every day. Yes, every day.
I hear you, but boy, it doesn't make me happy. No, I totally understand that. All right, so Chicago Bears on the clock right now. Chicago. All right, so with the Bears on the clock, I wonder what they're going to do here. I don't know, but ESPN production team's screwing up right now. Oh, man, they're failing miserably. Oh, okay. Okay, I see what's going on. All right, the pick is in for the Bears. All right, the Chicago Bears have their pick in. Caleb Williams was the first pick, and then they turned around and drafted Rome Odunze. Here are the Bears with the 75th pick. With the 75th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Karan Amagaji, offensive tackle out of Yale. Karan Amagaji. This reminds me of that Key and Peele skit where all the NFL players have the hardest names. Oh, great. And of course, I typed the whole thing without it being in caps lock, which I can't have some of it in caps lock and some of it not. Good. There we go. And all right. So the Bears beef up their offensive line, trying to invest into that pick that they made, right? What do you do after you buy the house? You get insurance for the house. This is what they're doing right now for Caleb Williams, Karan Amadaji. All right. So let's take a look at his draft profile. Oh, the Broncos moved up. The Broncos moved up. Yes. Let's go, baby. Woo! On behalf of the Walton Penner family, Pat Bowlen. Woo! Woo! Put Mike Shanahan in the Hall of Fame. Go Broncos! Woo! With the 76th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select the three times Super Bowl champions select Jonah Ellis, edge out of Utah. All right, so the Broncos go with an edge, and this was the 10th best in this year's draft. 6'2", 248 pounds. His first step off the line is explosive, disrupting plays from the get-go. Physical in the run game, tough at the point of attack, demonstrates superior grip strength, boasts a high motor, relentless pursuit of the ball, quickness in closing on targets. Despite a smaller frame, brings a significant physicality and toughness. Sean Payton loves that. Bill Parcells tree. His football IQ, Sean loves this more, likely honed in from growing up in a football-centric family, is evident in his pre-snap recognition and adaptability. These are the things that Sean Payton loves. So Bo Nix, and now Denver moving up into the... Oh, Sean looks so happy. He looks so happy. We got ourselves a player. Defensive end, edge, Jonah Ellis out of Utah. Love to see it. Love to see it. Great pickup right here from the Denver Broncos. That's what I'm talking about. With the 77th pick, the Las Vegas Raiders select Delmar Glaze, offensive tackle out of Maryland. That's the second offensive lineman that they've taken tonight. Offensive tackle. And that is the Las Vegas Raiders. Boo! Boo! Las Vegas Raiders save. And we got that save. All right. Las Vegas Raiders pick up an offensive lineman. And Bill said, nice, let's go Broncos. Do you like how I read the draft? Oh, man. Do you see I got the Manning on? I went with the Manning. So they get Brock Bowers, the best center in the draft, and now another offensive piece. The looks like the Raiders are loading up to be a physical team, right? Gardner Minshew is going to be the quarterback this year. Antonio Pierce going into his first season as the head coach for the team. And it looks like they're trying to get a little bit of nastiness to them. It won't work out. My name is Chicka Slim Shady. All right. So the Houston Texans are on the clock. And not only are they on the clock, but their pick is also in. So we will see what that pick is going to be here in a second. And I'm going to pull up real quick. Hey, why isn't my banner ticking? Here we go. All right. Love this pick. Jonah Ellis. All right. And I'm going to show you guys some of his highlights here.
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that
Prospects don't need elite athleticism to be successful in the NFL. Plenty of players who have had disappointing
Hidden
results below
edge
average
gem
athleticism have still panned out. Is Jonah Ellis one of those players? Find out in this 2-minute drill.
All right, this is Jonah Ellis. Weird. Wearing number 63. Hey, Underdog Fantasy.
Ellis comes in at 6'2" and 248 pounds, but probably played closer to 240 in college. He didn't participate in the combine due to injury, but measured in with 33-inch arms. Ellis is a very active, high-motor player. Working best out of a 2-point stance, he tackles with a very
love that.
An impressive spin move to counter.
He does have a motor. He does not give up on a play, does he?
Nice sweat move with other hand counters for a surprisingly deep bag for a 20-year-old. Ellis has a wicked first step that helps set up all his other moves. He constantly attacks offensive linemen's outside shoulder, forcing them into awkward situations. Ellis is also relentless in his pass rush. Even when blocked, he will still try his hardest.
Son of a bitch.
Prospects don't need elite athleticism to be successful in the NFL. Plenty of players who have had.
I'll comment later. I like to be the first one. I'm doing it real quick.
Is Jonah Ellis one of those players? Find out in this 2-minute drill. Ellis comes in.
Let's see.
3 pounds is a good sign. Ellis will need to continue to add weight. For a player
all right, so if you're just joining us right now, Jonah Ellis was just drafted. The Broncos moved up to draft him. Oh, I love it. Love it. Honestly, I'm not just saying this. I love the high motor. Love the high motor on this guy. Okay. All right. Love what I'm seeing. Love what I'm seeing out of Jonah Ellis. Let's see what the Texans, their pick is in. Let's see what it is. The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 78th pick to the Houston Texans. And with the 78th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Kalen Bullock, safety out of USC. I've drafted him in my mock drafts personally for the Denver Broncos. I love this guy. 6'2", 190. Had a great game. I watched him play against. There he is. I saw him play against Notre Dame. I was that was the day before I got to go on the Jaguars field and be, I guess, do the whole military thing on the field. The day before that, me and my uncles were sitting on the porch drinking whiskey, watching the USC Notre Dame game, and I got to say, it was not a good game for Caleb Williams. And a part of that was because of Bullock. I mean, he was having himself a career type of game, and it really put him on the map for the first time for me. He was a lot. I've seen him as high as the 4th best safety. I've seen him as low as 6, but great draft profile on him. Not a ton of weaknesses. There are some. He's got top tier ball hawking skills that make him a threat in any secondary. His ability to flip the field is huge. So even if quarterbacks try to look him off and then throw it the other way, he can jump back on the other side using that speed. He's going to get interceptions. He's got agility and coverage versatility. He's going to be probably a starter from day one, and that's a great pick at 78 overall. The Arizona Cardinals have traded the 79th pick to the Indianapolis Colts. With the 79th pick, Matt Gonzagas. All right, young quarterback. And now they continue to protect him. You got the receiver, Calvez. Here we go. Oh, wrong one. So hold on one second.
On the outside at that tackle spot on the right side, he's going to have to kick inside the guard. We'll see in the NFL how that works out.
Yeah, I don't think he can play tackle. I think he's going to kick inside the guard. It kind of plays to his demeanor. He wants to be aggressive. He wants to use that big frame. I think he's a phone booth guy. So you don't put a phone booth guy in the tackle.
All right, I'm back. All right. So they got Latu, Adonai Mitchell, and now Matt Gonzagas. A really good draft so far from the Colts. Really trying to load up. Anthony Richardson probably somewhere out there clapping, happy, maybe even relieved, especially after being early kind of tagged with this prone to injury thing. He's going to want to stay healthy. Matt Gonzagas, Calvis, 6'5", 327. Big boy. All right, the 80th pick is the Cincinnati Bengals. Wow. With the 80th pick, the Bengals select. Wow, Jermaine Burton comes off the board right here. Great pickup for Jamar Chase. A great pickup for the Bengals. All right, Jermaine Burton, you know his name, one of the best receivers at Alabama, if not the best receiver. Jermaine Burton was definitely in that tier 2 group of wide receivers. And actually, before I highlight that, let me copy and paste it to the, here we go. Comma. All right, 80, Jermaine Burton. All right. Ticker's updated. Bottom's updated. All right, we're good to go. And let's wait. Jermaine. All right. Draft profile ran a 4.45, 6 foot, 196 pounds. His potential in the NFL is intriguing. He possesses the raw tools, speed, ball skills, and physicality to be more impactful in the pros than his college career might suggest. Hindered by modest passing offense in college, his true capabilities could be better realized in a professional setup. And we know that there's conflicts going on with T. Higgins, and we just said T. Higgins at the same time. But he shows signs of being a top 3 receiver in the NFL offense, but realizing this potential will depend largely on how he adapts to the pro game with a quarterback like Joe Burrow and I think it's going to work out. I think this is a really good fit for him, and I think you're going to see him getting playing time pretty early. This is awesome. You want to get guys in the third round that are going to see the field, and this dude's definitely going to see the field. And the pick is in right now for, you guessed it, the Seattle Seahawks. Pick is in, so we wait to see who it is. And let me hit some of the comments here. The Raiders are raidering two Manning jerseys officially in the chat. How's the draft going? Was watching the fallout with my friend, so I haven't watched round 2 or 3. It's going really well, Nick. Going really, really well. Broncos traded up into the second round. Giants went safety and corner. KC in the chat saying what's up to Nick. And KC said, I fell asleep in my chair, but I'm back. Welcome back, KC. I was dreaming the Chiefs got an offensive tackle, LOL. Were you really? That's hilarious. It seems like 15 offensive tackles went off the board. Giants beat reporter saying Joe might not be done for the night. And I would say this. Nobody's done for the night until the last pick. You know, it's not like the Giants, are going to leave the room. Like I'm sure they have a couple guys that if they fall on the board, they got it circled. We're jumping up. I think 31 other teams probably have that same philosophy. Not trying to say that, but you know how writers will like say something that's like very close to obvious just to like kind of build excitement. Maybe he knows that the Giants are very close to that player that's falling. I'll give you that. But is the Giants reporter in the draft room? You know what I'm saying? I think this guy's full of shit. No, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. All right. Seattle Seahawks pick is in. Hope you guys are enjoying this. Please give a thumbs up since you woke up, Casey, if you don't mind. I read the Broncos draft off of an official draft. They sent it to me. This was actually a letter from the Denver Broncos. They sent it to me in the mail. Very, very dear to me. All right, so the pick is in. Of course, Seahawks, no playoff win since 2019. They need a guard, a tight end, and a linebacker. A guard, a tight end, and a linebacker are their biggest needs. And for that reason, I'm going to say Christian Jones is coming off the board. Maybe Dominique Puny. No, they're going to get Peyton Wilson. No. They're going to get Peyton Wilson. Please get Cedric Gray. With the 81st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, Seahawks select Christian Haynes, offensive guard. So they don't go linebacker. Okay. Awesome. Christian Haynes is a 4-year starter with good size and range. He is tough, relentless, and he gets under defenders' skin. He displaces defenders against the run and walls off backside defenders. He's got a smooth climbing to the second level, making him a good fit for zone-heavy schemes. This is what we're going to see a lot of from the Seahawks anyway. He gets some push and tracks linebackers well on combo blocks. Haynes is also quick. He has good length and can mirror in pass protection. Christian Haynes out of UConn, 6'3", 317 pounds. Big offense. As far as the guards were rated, he was positionally ranked as the number 1 guard in this year's draft. So this is a very, very good pick from Seattle. If you're a Seahawks fan, you got to feel really good about this pick. It's the highest pick used on an offensive player from UConn since a long ass time. With the 82nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select. Wow, okay. So a tight end, but not the tight ends that we had coming off our board. Not at this level or at this moment. All right, 6'4", 200 and hold on. Let me make sure I got this updated really quick. It's hard to keep this. It's hard to keep this like super accurate in real time, but hopefully it has been sufficient enough for you guys. All right. Okay, so as far as tight ends are concerned, I thought Jatavion Sanders would go before him. I thought Cade Stover would go before him. I thought Eric All and Jaheim Bell would go before him. Okay, this to me seems, I don't want to say a reach down the board. I just didn't see him being drafted above the players I just mentioned. Okay, I mean, this is probably the most surprising pick to me besides the Michael Penix Jr. pick, to be totally honest. I just did not see this one coming. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is H to the OV. With the 83rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Blake Corum. No way. Oh my God. It's almost like it's easy to draft these awesome players. No way. I can't believe Blake Corum even, man. Blake Corum's going to be good. He's got everything that you want to see. Like I said, I was at the Combine on Running Backs Day. The place was erupting for Blake Corum like no other player, to be totally honest. It was just different out there. He's elite when it comes to gym numbers, 30 reps of 225 pounds. He's got an innate feel for the game, slippery and tight spaces, plug-and-play versatility. He's going to come in and be an immediate impact on the Rams team. Home run ability. Don't sleep on his size. Though sub 6 foot, his pound-for-pound explosiveness and wiggle can provide a mismatch opportunity at the next level. This is, I think, a sneaky fantasy football pick late in your draft with a bunch of upside in that Rams offense with Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua. This is a great fit for him, and I think the Rams officially have kind of worked their way back into being a legitimate NFC representation. What am I trying to say? A Super Bowl. I think the Super Bowl expectations for the Rams are not out of the question. This is really solid. He's only 5'8", but pound for pound, like I said, 205 pounds. He has it all. His 40-yard dash was a 4.5. I still like Trey Benson, but I think I wouldn't be shocked if Blake Corum has more success just because of the team that drafted him. Trey Benson going to a team that's in a full rebuild, it does kind of suck, but hopefully the way they're drafting, hopefully both running backs will have a really good rookie season next year. Blake Corum off the board officially. Blake Corum has come off the board, and now the Steelers are on the clock with the 84th pick Pittsburgh Steelers. They drafted an offensive lineman. What direction are they going? Oh, he's a Steeler, isn't he? He's a Steeler. Wilson's a Steeler. It's going to Wilson. He's not going to keep falling. He's going to be working with TJ Watt. Roman, I knew it. No, not that Wilson. Roman Wilson out of Michigan. So thought maybe Harbaugh was going to pick Roman Wilson, but the Steelers kind of loading up with offensive weapons right now. Roman Wilson coming off the board here. And Roman Wilson was really, really good for the Wolverines last year. Of course, they won the national championship. He was a top 10 receiver in this year's draft. He was falling down the board. A big reason for that is because it was his senior season that marked his statistical breakout. He didn't have a long track record of playing great, and some teams might have thought, he's just a slot receiver. He can't really work on the outside. And as of right now, he is just a slot receiver, but he also ran a 4.37 40. He's 6 feet, 193 pounds. He made Bruce Fieldman's freak list at number 73, strong hands, an expansive catch radius, impressive zone awareness. He's got a proven ability to make significant plays, as seen with his high-flying receptions in key moments. Strong mental toughness and resilience demonstrated through consistent performance despite physical challenges. This guy is a Steeler. He's made of the things that the Steelers are made of. It's a tough city, and that's what they're getting. They're getting a tough dude. He does have some work. He's not that polished, he's not fully polished yet. He needs to refine his footwork and route selling to enhance deception so he can actually get open against some of the best corners in the league. He is a below average blocker, so that limits his versatility in the run game, making it almost one-dimensional usage. Anytime he runs out on the field, they're passing the football. Kind of like last year, Jaleel McLaughlin has the worst pass protection. So every time he came into the game, you knew it was a run to him or some kind of play going to him. So he does need, if he wants to see real playing time, he's going to need to work on that. But, this is the 6th best receiver in this year's draft, falling down the board. Great pickup. Great pickup by the Steelers here. Roman Wilson.
Exactly what a pro wants, what a pro needs, whatever makes me happy sets me free.
All right. Let's hit some of these comments real quick. Radler is still there. That is true. I still like Jordan Travis a little bit more, but Spencer Radler's, I think they're both going to get drafted here, probably really close to each other. You were answering Nick. I got you now. Giants just released a video of them calling to tell Tyler Nubin they were drafting him. The emotion in his voice, you can just feel it. That's my favorite, man. I was watching those videos of the Bo Nix stuff yesterday, and Sean Payton. And after the draft, he went on the Pat McAfee show, and Bill Belichick and Pat McAfee asked him why he drafted him. I recommend that video if you haven't seen it. It was a good one. I'll put it in the comments. Bo Nix. Here it is. Yep. I don't know if you can copy and paste it, but I'll throw it in there.
Hi, I'm Brock, your new roommate.
All right, so we have the Browns pick is in. And that is going to be the 85th pick. And here we are, back in Detroit.
and a guy who was banged up this year, Jalen Bolton, kind of stole the show with Romo Duze being the star. Jacob McMillan, one more underrated receiver, all he does is catch the ball.
607. All right, the Browns have made only one pick so far in this draft. And here we go. Cleveland Browns. What you got? What you got for us? With the 85th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Browns select Zach Zinter, a guard. Zach, let me make sure I'm spelling this right. Zinter. Offensive tackle, off the board, Zach Zinter. And Zach Zinter. Here it is. Zach Zinter. Out of Michigan, 6'6", 309 pounds. Real big frame. Recovery from a late 2023 broken tibia and fibia. Oof. I know what that is. Zach Zinter's tenure at Michigan showcased his ability to dominate in the trenches, underlined by his role in propelling the Wolverines' run game to new heights. That's a serious injury, though. Hopefully he's all right. Hopefully he's good to go. However, Zinter's transition to the NFL won't be without challenges. His performance against speed rushers and in space raises questions about his fit and schemes requiring high levels of mobility and quickness. These limitations, coupled with the recent injury setback, could impact his draft stock, which it did. But teams will weigh these factors against, and this is about the time in the draft where the pick is worth the risk. So Zach Zinter is a Cleveland Brown. Will be blocking for Massage Jackson or Watson. Oh, the Philadelphia Eagles have traded. Uh-oh. The 49ers select Dominique. Hold on, let me get this written out. 86th pick. Dominic Pooney. Dominic Pooney, offensive tackle out of Kansas. And that's not supposed to happen. That's supposed to be a ticker. Scroll across the bottom. I ran out of my thousand words again. All right, so 86. Cleveland. Dominic Pooney. All right, there we go. All updated. The Cleveland Browns select an offensive the San Francisco 49ers select an offensive tackle here. So San Francisco beefing up that offensive line. And by the way, the Dallas Cowboys are on the clock and their pick is actually in. So real quick turnaround here. And we will wait and see what the pick is going to be. Dominique Pooney going to the San Francisco 49ers. We still have some really good players that are available. Not sure how they're falling down the board this much. Those injury concerns are really, really affecting. Hold on. Logan Wilson or Peyton Wilson. He there's no way he should. I thought that he was going to be drafted late in the first round. I would love to see the Broncos move up and get this guy. Seriously, this is one of the most just nasty athletic players in this year's draft. And I already think whoever drafts him at this point is literally getting away with highway robbery. He's the second ranked linebacker, but we've seen Junior Colson get drafted. We've seen Edgerrin Cooper get drafted. Chris Braswell. No, I don't think Chris Braswell's been drafted yet. But as far as linebackers go, and I would say right now, if you put all positions together, Peyton Wilson is still the highest valued position available. But if we were to separate it, just linebackers, underneath Peyton Wilson, you got Cedric Gray, Jeremiah Trotter. Yeah. So he was drafted. That's what I thought. So yeah, we have seen Junior Colson, Edgerrin Cooper, Chris Braswell, Jeremiah Trotter still available, but somehow Peyton Wilson has been just left in the dust. A sideline to sideline defender who finished his college career with 402 tackles and ran the fastest 40-yard dash out of all the linebackers at the combine, a 4.4. He gets to depth and he shows his instincts and breaks on the ball well in coverage, and he has the traits to match up well with tight ends and backs. Wilson finished his college career with 7 interceptions, 20 passes defended. He also finished with a career-high 6 sacks, and his burst makes him a threat to get to the quarterback when he rushes. This guy is still available somehow, but I have a feeling it's not going to be for much longer. I think Dallas is making that right now, unfortunately. Yeah, just right-click it and open in a new tab. I'll watch it after this. Sick. So, I got to say, I think the Dallas Cowboys are drafting Peyton Wilson to go on the other side of Micah Parsons, and that is kind of scary. I would beat off a guy. I'm a beat off a guy. And I'm a beat off a guy. All right. All right. Cowboys pick is in. Is it Jalen McMillan? Is it Peyton Wilson? I want to know what the pick is. Hurry up. They got Cooper Beebe, a guard out of Kansas State. All right. With the 87th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select. They drafted a linebacker, but it's Marist Liufau. I don't understand. This is really messed up, man. Could you imagine what he must be thinking right now? Like, why the hell am I not getting drafted? I'm literally ranked as the second best linebacker in this draft, and nobody has the guts to give me a chance. Wilson, 85. Oh, here we go. Oh, okay. I see what happened. Here. Copy. And this is the ticker. And all right. So the Packers are officially on the clock. Packers are on the clock with the 88th pick in the NFL Draft. And ladies and gentlemen, the pick is in. With the 88th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Marshawn Lloyd, running back. All right, running back. Didn't think the Packers were going to go running back, but if they were going to go running back, why wouldn't they? All right, hold on. I got to process this. If they're going to go running back, I don't know if maybe they didn't want like a star running back, but Jalen Wright is still available. Isaac Guarando, I can't say his name, out of Louisville. He's been my steal, a late steal. Whoever is going to draft him is going to get a good player. Braylon Allen, Ray Davis, and Jalen Wright, also really, really good options. And they go with Marshawn. So let's see where he ranked among running backs. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Oh, shit. Tyke Smith, defensive back out of Georgia. And did not see that one coming. Tampa Bay gets a safety. Tyke Smith, safety out of Georgia. All right. Tyke Smith, save. Tyke Smith out of Georgia. Real quick, I'm going to go with the running backs here because they drafted Marshawn Lloyd out of USC. He actually is the fifth best running back in this class, above Ray Davis and Braylon Allen. I'll give you that, but not above Jalen Wright. Jalen Wright is the number 2 running back in this class, and he is still available. He is still on the board somehow, even though he had the fastest 40-yard dash out of all running backs at the combine. So we'll see what happens with that. Now let's talk about Tyke Smith, the safety that was just drafted. All right. And never mind. Why is it going so fast all of a sudden? 90th selection in the 2024 draft. The Cardinals select Elijah Jones. Elijah Jones, a defensive back out of Boston College. All right. Save. So we are really flying through. Flying through now. All right. Elijah Jones, cornerback. Let's see where he ranks among cornerbacks. Crazy enough, we still have TJ Tampa on the board, who was ranked as the 8th best corner in this year's draft. So curious to know why he is falling down the board. Elijah Jones is the 20th ranked defensive back in this year's draft. So they got a tight end, Tip Ryman, and then Elijah Jones. But Tip, the tight end was taken way out of order too. So Elijah Jones is 6'2". He had a 42.5-inch vertical. That's the 99th percentile. He has length and keen instincts to disrupt offensive plays, leveraging his height effectively at the catch point. Fluid movement and agility. His speed showcased by a 4.4 40-yard dash and exceptional leaping ability make him more than a matchup for even the tallest receivers. He excels in undercutting throws with a significant burst and effective use of press and trail techniques, maintains close coverage, minimizes receiver separation. So those are his strengths. Some of his weaknesses, his slender frame might limit physical confrontations against DK Metcalf, for example. Potential challenges in man coverage due to questions about his short area quickness and his top end speed. He ran a 4.4. I think he's fine. Struggles to maintain cushion and off man coverage, leading to potential penalties or undue separation. He's been in college for what seems like an age and had an NFL combine performance that showcased his athletic prowess, furthering improving his draft stock. With a 40-yard dash time of 4.4, ranking 10th among cornerbacks, Jones demonstrated the speed necessary to compete at the pro level. His standout vertical jump of 42.5 inches is the best in his group, and the broad jump of 10 feet 11 inches highlight his explosive athleticism and ability to win in contested catch situations. However, he does have drawbacks, and we mentioned some of those. But in summary, Elijah Jones presents a mixed bag of high-end athletic traits and on-field achievements tempered by certain areas of concern. We call those AOEs, areas of concern, AOC, operating area, military flashback, operating area of concern, area, AOE, area of, oh, okay. His combination of length, ball skills, and athletic testing result making him a day 3 prospect. He ends up going in day 2. So congratulations to him. Elijah Jones coming off the board here. And we are all updated there. So let's talk about some of the best available. Jalen Wright, best running back available, followed by Ray Davis and Brandon Allen. Quarterback, you got to go with Spencer Rattler at this point. He's got an overall ranking of 98. So we're getting kind of close to that area. Then you got Michael Pratt. How did Jordan Travis falls all the way down to the 4th best? Supposed to go around 258. 10th best quarterback in the nation. So underrated. Jalen McMillan, Troy Franklin, Brendan Rice, Jerry Rice's nephew, Javon Baker. I love Javon Baker. And I'm not going to talk about him now because I want to wait for his moment. You do got Luke McCaffrey a little bit further down the list. Jatavion Sanders, the number 1 tight end available right now. Cade Stover still available as well. As far as edge goes, Jalix Hunt, Idisa Isaac. Was he not drafted? I thought he was. I guess he wasn't. All right. Packers are back on the clock. With the 91st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Tyrone Hopper. Tyrone, I think. I'm like, big caps, no caps, little bit of caps. Why do the names all have to be so difficult? Linebacker. It looks funny when I type it out the way it's supposed to be, though. But it's not me, I swear. All right, 91st pick. The Green Bay Packers and all the other teams continue to astound me, especially the teams that are taking linebackers, and Peyton Willis somehow is not on that list. I just don't understand what we're not seeing. I don't understand what is, I guess, at this point, I just feel like the upside is totally worth any potential risks. So Tyrone Hopper, all right, we'll talk about him right now. I'm trying to pull up his profile. Where is he? Tyrone Hopper. Are these only edges? Defensive tackles? Uh-oh, the Bucks are on the clock. 92nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. Tampa Bay Bucks select Jalen McMillan. Jalen McMillan has come off the board, and Baker Mayfield to Jalen McMillan. Get used to it. That is going to be a thing. Wow. This is a really solid pickup. One of the best receivers available right now going to Tampa. This is awesome. This is really good for Baker Mayfield, for Tampa Bay in general. Jalen McMillan was ranked, let's see, where did I have him? I think 15. No, that was Polk. McMillan was 19. 197, 6'1", ran a 4.4 in the 40-yard dash. Love to see that he's got, I wouldn't say crazy speed, but enough to be fine in the NFL. Some of the weaknesses are going to be related to his thinner physique, his noticeable discrepancy between his time speed and game speed. So he plays a lot slower, and that's called game speed. But in summary, McMillan has played both out, wide out, and in the slot, where he poses a speed mismatch against safeties and linebackers. His expertise in route running, utilizing quick feet and hip sync is evident, while his high school track background doesn't always fully translate to his on-field speed, limiting his effectiveness against talented press man corners. He thrives against zone coverage. His ability to find holes in zone and create space is very good. So a really solid pick here. Now, we also have the Ravens on the clock right now, and their pick is in. The Baltimore Ravens have their pick in. Time to hit some of these comments as we go to this quick commercial break. All right, KC said Chiefs drafted an offensive tackle, number 63 from BYU, called Kingsley Sumer. Yeah, while you were sleeping. Nick's Radler to the Raiders makes sense in a very weird way. Nick said, I think Radler's a better QB than Gardner long term. The Raiders don't draft again until the 4th. Are they really relying that the Saints don't trade up for him? The interview Crosby did on his show with Gardner was very cool, though. Gardner's not bad, but he's Teddy Bridgewater, not long term. Oh man, I think Gardner can be a little more than Teddy Bridgewater. Like, Teddy Bridgewater is going to come in and he's going to win one, lose one. Like, Gardner Minshew led the Colts to a game away from the playoffs, and his receiver dropped the ball that would have gotten him a first down on that 4th down. It wasn't a great throw, but it should have been caught. But I don't think Gardner Minshew gets enough credit. Like, he was in a really screwed up situation in Jacksonville, and then they end up drafting Trevor Lawrence, and then he's kind of been bouncing around. But the game I was on the field for, I got to see Gardner Minshew on the field level, and his energy, and just he's a locker room guy. Like, he reminds me of like what he could have been as good, I think, as like a Jimmy Garoppolo had he been in a better system, in a better place. But he keeps bouncing around to teams that, you know, are going to draft Spencer Radler or something, maybe. I don't know. I've always really liked Gardner Minshew, but I get what you're saying. He's not tier 1, but I think he's good enough to take a team to the playoffs. He reminds me a little bit of Jake Plummer. Jake Plummer in the early 2000s. Gardner's around the 25th best quarterback in my opinion. He's a starter, but not a long-term starter. I could see that. But I definitely think if he gets put in the right system and you put the right talent around him, I think he could definitely give you a Jake Plummer type season. Jake Plummer went 13-3 one year. The Ravens pick is in. I hope this is the worst pick of the entire night. I hope that this is just awful. All right. So Jalen McMillan goes number 92. Number 93, you have the Baltimore Ravens on the clock. Lamar Jackson, 5th player in NFL history to win multiple MVPs in his first 6 seasons. Signed Derrick Henry to a 2-year, $9 million guaranteed contract. Doesn't seem like enough. Should have been like a 2-year, $16 million. What's up, Detroit?
I'm here with my sons, Sam, Max, and Colt. They were all born in Baltimore, and they were all raised to say one thing. Steelers suck.
They just did a Steelers suck on stage. With the 93rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Adisa Isaac. So there he goes, off the board. He definitely fell a little bit farther than a lot of us thought he would. Another linebacker coming off the board here, but once again, it's not Peyton Wilson, which is really interesting. And we're just going to keep monitoring the fall. And I wonder how much longer he can fall before a team like Denver jumps back up and maybe gets into the mix. I mean, if he turns out to be generational type player, I mean, you just can't say no to this. I mean, what is he going to fall to the 3rd round or the 4th round? That's ridiculous. All right, so let's talk about the player that was just drafted. Did I write his name wrong? I did. Hold on. There we go. And that means it's wrong on the ticker as well, since I'm copying and pasting. All right. So this is a top 15, top 20. Let's see. Hold on. All right. So as far as edge rushers go in this year's draft, he's not like one of the really high ones. Chop Robinson was the most prolific edge on the team, but his trajectory from a top-tier recruit to a key contributor at Penn State outlines a prospect with significant upside at the next level. His post-injury resurgence underlines a grit and a motor that NFL scouts love, especially given that. Okay, we'll keep talking. 93, the Eagles select 94. Wow. Jalix Hunt, edge, who was the next best. First player ever from Houston Christian to be drafted. I forgot to put the Eagles. All right, so the Philadelphia Eagles select him. So real quick, talking about Isaac for a second. As NFL teams evaluate Isaac's fit, they'll see a high ceiling edge prospect who will bring both immediate pass and rush upside for the potential to grow into an every down player. Isaac's blend of physical tools on the field and production and resilience positions him as a day 2 prospect. That was pretty true. So that was a solid pick up there. 93. Wait, who was just drafting? Who was just drafting? We got that was the Ravens. Baltimore Ravens. And then now the Buffalo Bills are on the clock. We are flying through it now. With the 95th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Dwayne Carter. Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne was just drafted. Dwayne Carter. Defensive tackle out of Duke. Dwayne Carter. And that's a defensive tackle. Here we go. Dwayne Carter comes off the board right here. And let's update this. All right. Dwayne Carter comes off the board. Defensive line, defensive tackle. All right, Dwayne Carter was the 6th ranked defensive tackle in this year's draft, coming in at 6'2", 302 pounds. His college career at Duke paints a picture of a player with a solid foundation and potential to carve out significant roles in the pro game. His ability to anchor against the run and disrupt plays from the interior make him an attractive option for teams looking for a stout run defender. Carter's leadership qualities and high football IQ have been consistently highlighted. However, his transition to the NFL will have some challenges. His arm length and hand technique are adequate at best, and it's going to require refinement to win against more technically proficient offensive linemen he's going to encounter in the pros. He is going to be a little bit of a project, but he can immediately come in and plug up the A gap and be a contributor for the run game, or stopping the run game for Buffalo. So solid pickup here from the Buffalo Bills. Bill said, I just think it's silly. NFL gives you a 3rd helmet design this year, then allows you to cover it up with the stupid padding. True. I haven't seen it yet. Where's the picture of the padding? Padding being allowed in games now. The outside stuff they use in practice. Oh, no. Are you kidding me? No. Bill. Are you talking about that shit that they wear during practice? All over the helmet? No. No, there's no way. No one's going to wear that. I guarantee it. The NFL might allow it, but no ball player is going to wear that. Maybe an offense or a defensive lineman, but your wide receivers, and I don't even think maybe running backs, but I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know. Man, that is that's terrible. All right, so Dwayne Carter was the last pick. Now up is the Jacksonville Jaguars, picking at number 96. And we shall wait. Shall wait and see.
This is a cranberry, full of ancient antioxidant taste bud blasting power.
Do we not have the technology for that to make so you want the paint just wouldn't stick to the material the same way that it would a regular helmet. They're just not made of the same material. I wasn't going to say it, but that's what I was thinking. That's why I'm like, no one's wearing it. No one's going to wear it. Think how weird leather helmets look to us now. Why not for safety? I'm staying out of it. The Jacksonville Jaguars pick is in. All right, here's the Jaguars selection. With the 96th pick in the 24 NFL draft. Jarrian Jones coming off the board here out of Florida State. This is a good pick. We thought he was coming off day 2. I actually talked to my buddy about him before I hopped on here, and he was like, "There's going to be quite a bit of players taken today. Jerry Jones was one of them." And if you were watching last year, of course, you got Renardo Green on one side, and he gets a lot of the attention. But when you're talking about Jerry Jones, you got a person that is just very well-rounded. He has remarkable alignment versatility. He's good at the boundary and the slot position, highlighting his adaptability in various defensive schemes, including his speed is ridiculous. He had a 4.38 second 40-yard dash. So he's got high-level physical capabilities. He's very physical in coverage and against the run. He shows a willingness to engage and disrupt opponents' play. This is a really solid pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Last time they drafted a Florida State corner, it was Jalen Ramsey. With the 97th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Bengals select. Wow, McKinley Jackson. Oh my God. Is Wilson going to fall out? I wonder. Oh my gosh. I wonder, can Denver please move up? Do something cool. Come on. Move up. McKinley Jackson, defensive tackle out of Texas A&M, is the pick. And once again, are the Bengals loading up? Are they preparing for a potential divorce with Hendrickson? Is that what this is about? We've seen a couple defensive players coming off the board here. And I mean, I think the Bengals are just hope for the best, prepare for the worst. Even if they can keep him, maybe they can only keep him for 1 year. And this is all part of the long-term plan. So the Bengals have added 625 pounds worth of defense in the last couple hours, and we have 3 picks left: Pittsburgh, the Rams, and Washington. Pittsburgh, the Rams, and Washington, and the Steelers are the team that's on the clock. We only have 3 picks left from day 2. 3 picks. All right, so let's try to pull up some information real quick on McKinley Jackson. So not in the top 15. Not in the top 15. Not in the top 20. And we got to keep going down the board here. 36. McKinley Jackson. Man, I can't find this guy anywhere. Let me just try to do it this way. McKinley Jackson. Got him. All right, McKinley Jackson, 6'2", 326 pounds. He checks in as a promising yet raw talent for the NFL trenches, flashing the kind of quick first step and bulldozer strength that gets scouts on the edge of their seat. His tenure at Texas A&M revealed a player who can split double teams and drive back in the pocket with a blend of power and quickness that's hard to come by. Jackson's motor is nonstop. He's a cleanup guy who thrives on hustle plays and has shown he can grow into a formidable pass rusher at the next level. His toolkit isn't without its missing pieces. The big man struggles with hand technique and lacks a killer move to consistently beat NFL caliber linemen, something that will need addressing if he's going to live up to his potential. So the Bengals, once again, going with a huge anchor right there on the line, and I love it. They're getting nasty. They're drafting nasty. And now the Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock, and I got to believe this is Peyton Wilson. This is 100% Peyton Wilson. Peyton Wilson was always a Steeler. I've been saying it. They're going to match him up with TJ Watt. And between both of them, they'll play 2 games a year. Just kidding. But in sum, Jackson's draft journey is marked by a classic risk-reward calculation, which you get a lot of at this point in the draft. So here we go. The Steelers' pick is in. Someone might be here. All right. Here we go. The Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock. With the 98th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Peyton Wilson. Yeah, I knew it! I knew it! Peyton Wilson, I knew it! I freaking knew it. I knew that was going to be the move. Absolutely no doubt about it. Peyton Wilson is the draft pick. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We literally nailed that. We absolutely crushed that. We knew that they weren't going to close day 2 without this guy coming off the board. And I got to say, the Steelers are a much better team with him on it immediately. This is just ridiculous that we couldn't move back up to 28 and get someone like Peyton Wilson. He's a 2023 Bednarik Award winner, nation's best defensive player. He comes from the best strength and conditioning program in the country at NC State. He's fast as hell. He's the fastest linebacker of all linebackers in this year's class. The only reason he was not drafted was because they were wondering if he could stay healthy. They said the same thing about TJ Watt, but TJ Watt didn't fall this far. Peyton Wilson is going to be a freaking monster. And having TJ Watt and Peyton Wilson playing on the same field is literally scary. I could see the Steelers making the playoffs with the type of draft they're having. Specifically, this pick being their best pick so far. All right, the Los Angeles Rams are on the clock right now, and the pick is actually with the 99th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Los Angeles Rams select Cameron Kitchens. Saw that coming. Cameron Kitchens, he had 11 interceptions from Miami. I believe he was drafted in some of my mock drafts at some extent, at some point, because I recognize the name. I think I did draft him. Let me see if I can pull it up really quick. Cameron Kitchens out of Miami. Yeah, here he is. I had him at number 8. Exhibits elite certified capabilities, strong anticipation and quick trigger. Brings explosive impact and hitting, ball hawking nature, physical and coverage, can handle and overpower tight ends, sturdy build and frame density, keen at dissecting route patterns, fluid movement and coverage skills. His negatives were that he ran a 4.65 at the combine. That didn't really help his case to get drafted higher. Not elite in coverage, despite having ideal athleticism for the position. He will bite on play action. And look, I think that the things that they want him to do, I think they can coach him. He's very instinctual. He's a consistent threat to get an interception. He positions himself to disrupt passes very well. In essence, he is a prime candidate for teams seeking an athletic, aggressive safety who can immediately elevate a defense. And that is what just happened here. Malik Mustafa is the other guy that I'm They just said his name on TV. This is a guy I'm really excited about too. The Rams defense got a lot. The Rams are a much better team today. They are a much better team today. The Rams have been doing a very good job of drafting. And here is the 100th pick in the NFL draft. The Washington Commanders select Luke McCaffrey. Comes off the board at the very end of the draft. Wow. This is Christian McCaffrey's younger brother, Ed McCaffrey's son. This is a person with, oh man, I love Washington's having a very good draft. Definitely an exciting draft, to say the least. Great way to close the draft out with this pick on 100. Washington and 99. 99 we had Cameron Kitchens. 99. Los Angeles Rams. Cameron Kitchens, safety. Cameron Kitchens. All right, so no quarterbacks taken in the second day. And that is how the NFL draft ends for day 2. It ends with Luke McCaffrey coming off the board and fireworks are flying in the air. Luke McCaffrey looking like we had to wait till day 3 to see him come off the board. Maybe it's because he didn't go to a big school. I believe he was at Rice. Let me see if I can pull him up real quick. Luke McCaffrey. Here. I have his profile on my save notes. Luke McCaffrey. Luke McCaffrey. I don't know why I can't find him anywhere. All right. Yeah, he did go to Rice. Catches passes in stride. He's 6'2", 198 pounds. Catches passes in stride, reaches top-end speed quickly once the ball's in his hands. He can make the first defender miss. He is tough working in the middle of the field and at his best working out of the slot. McCaffrey tracks the deep ball well and has the ability to make tough over-the-shoulder catches. He has the body control to adjust to back shoulder throws. He's going to be I think he's going to be really good. With Terry McLaurin, Jahan Dotson on the roster, now you add in Luke McCaffrey to the new quarterback, Jaden Daniels. This is what they needed. They were missing a slot. They just got him to close out day 2. Man, what a freaking day 2. What a day 2. In case he said he could be the Brock Purdy if he's not as good as the other McCaffrey that plays for the 49ers. I mean, looking at this as a whole, so going through the second round, just to put a bow on this thing, the Commanders, they did very well. They stand off the page. All right. First off, they got a person that should have gone in the first round in Zerzan Newton to start the second round. Okay. Then they ended up trading and getting Ben Sinnott, which some people thought was the best. So now you got Jahan Dotson, Terry McLaurin, Luke McCaffrey, Ben Sinnott, Jaden Daniels. Okay? And then it doesn't stop. Okay? Because then they got Brandon Coleman, a guard. So to beef up that offensive line, they get that going. And then the Commanders finish with Luke McCaffrey. I got to say, the Commanders really nailed the second and third round. Okay? Some other teams that capitalized, Ladd McConkey out of Georgia gets drafted to the Chargers. And then I thought the 49ers did a really, really good job. The 49ers, and they got Mark Sanistil the Commanders, the cornerback. I forgot him. But let's talk about the 49ers for a second. The 49ers get Renardo Green to close out the second round. Renardo Green is worth all of that, so that gives them that physicality. And then the 49ers come in and draft Dominic Puny, an offensive tackle, to beef up the middle of the field. Now, I guess the 49ers weren't the team I had in mind. I just like that one pick. I thought they made another pick, but I guess I can't find it right now. Let's also take a look at the Philadelphia Eagles. I know you don't want to, but they capitalize on every talented player that falls, and that was still Cooper DeJean. Cooper DeJean falls, and they capitalized on it. And then they go into the third round feeling like, wow, I can't believe we just got this guy in the second round. And then in the third round, the Eagles draft Jalix Hunt, the edge out of Houston Christian, the first player ever to be drafted from that school. And I got to say, I think my favorite team that drafted, it's probably the Rams, okay? Hear me out. The Rams are just a very, very good drafting team, right? They draft very well. I'll say it that way. They had a first round. You guys don't understand what the Rams have done. They've done something that is very hard to do. They drafted Jared Verse, the best edge that fell all the way to 19. They draft Jared Verse. And the reason Jared Verse had such a good season was because of Brandon Fisk. They turn around and draft Brandon Fisk, so they get to stay together. They already have the playing chemistry. Brandon Fisk and Jared Verse, they're made to play with each other, and they're going to continue to do that with the Rams. I mean, if I just stopped right there, this is a grand slam home run. Okay, and then moving into the third round, the Rams ended up getting Blake Corum, which some people said this is the best running back in this year's draft. I didn't, but he was definitely top 3. So you look at 2 edge rushers coming in, 1 defensive tackle, 1 edge, and then Blake Corum coming in, and then closing it off with Cameron Kitchens. I got to go with, I think the Rams might have won day 2. I think it's really, I think it's fair to say the Commanders won day 2. And then the Cardinals. The Cardinals, I felt like, had a ton of draft picks. They got Max Milton, cornerback, out of Rutgers. Then they drafted, I guess it wasn't as many as it felt. No, then they got Trey Benson. Yes. Trey Benson. Then they got Isaiah Adams out of Illinois. And then Tip Riemann. I still don't know why they didn't go with Cade Stovers. And then Elijah Jones, corner again out of Boston College. So they really loaded up with their picks. I still don't really think that they use their picks the best way possible. So I still think the Rams won day 2. Let me take another look. There was another team that I was really impressed with when they did make picks. And I think the Lions, they ended up hanging back and getting Ennis Rakestraw Jr. They only had 1 pick in the second round. And then in the third round, the Detroit Lions didn't even have a pick. So only 1 pick for day 2 for the Rams, or for the not for the Rams, for wait, what is this? No way. Okay, yeah. So anyway, the Lions, they definitely got only a 1 pick, so I'm not going to put them that high. And then, yeah, I mean, let me know if you agree with me. I think the Rams win. I think the Rams had the best draft. The Rams are a very good drafting team. The Giants get Tyler Nubin, the best safety in this year's draft. So I thought it was really cool. They're able to get what some people considered the best receiver. Then they turn around and get the best safety in this year's draft. And then in the third round, they are able to get Andrew Phillips, cornerback out of Kentucky, who infamously didn't have a single interception. But the Steelers, man, the Steelers had a really, really impressive one. Once again, the Steelers got Zach Frazier, a center, to beef up the offensive line, and then pretty active in the third round where they got Roman Wilson, wide receiver out of Michigan, to help out, and then being able to move up and get Peyton Wilson. That's huge, absolutely huge. So I would say the Rams and Steelers are going to be my day 2 winners. Yeah, I'm going to go day 2 winners, the Rams and the Steelers. And I don't think it's that close. The Broncos didn't have a second and a third round pick this year, but they were able to move up into the third round to get a player that they really had their eyes on, and that was Jonah Ellis out of Utah. He was the 10th ranked edge in this year's draft, an 80 overall grade. His father is a former Utah All-American defensive tackle. One of the Broncos' key needs heading into the draft was an outside linebacker in the team's 3-4 scheme. The pass rush needed an upgrade. Ellis profiles perfectly for a stand-up rusher role, and he has the tools to make an immediate impact as a rotational player. Keep in mind, he grew up in a football family. He's got an extremely high IQ. He's going to work with Jonathan Cooper and Baron Browning to give the Broncos more assets in a division with Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert. So I think I love the decision to move up into this draft, and really excited to see how tomorrow goes. Round 4 starts tomorrow. Thank you guys for everybody that was tuning in today. And I haven't either. 43-8. I will never get over it. But yeah, thank you for everybody who tuned in today. I hope that you enjoyed it. Please hit the thumbs up button if you did. And I can't wait to see you guys all tomorrow for rounds 4, 5, 6, and of course 7. You guys are beautiful. Thank you for tuning in. Thanks for listening. And I will see you guys tomorrow. See ya!